Hello, guys, gals, theys, thems, and non-binary pals. Welcome back to Low Ink Day 2. It's the start of Alpha Bracket. This could be the start. This could be the start of Alpha Bracket. I'm here with Neptune. My name is Saf. It's really nice to see all of your lovely faces here today. Right at the beginning, though, who are we looking at, Neptune?
We're looking at two teams here. You're starting off our Alpha Bracket round number 1 here. We have Rewind versus Project Guys versus StarZ Impact here. Oh my goodness, not any players I recognize yet, Seth, but I'm really interested to see the matchup here already, as we're already going to be getting into this here. And Low Ink Day 2 is definitely like, okay, pressure's on. You raged through the gauntlet that was day 1 Swiss, and now you are here to potentially take it all the way home.
Yeah, and something of note to StarZ Impact on their day 1 run. Pretty interesting numbers. Actually, super interesting across the board. 4 of their sets going into 3-0, which has got to feel very, very good. One of them going in a 0-3 against Celestial, and now Celestial Neptune is also in the Alpha Bracket here with us today on the opposite side of the bracket. So there is a chance that StarZ Impact could run it back against Celestial and wanting to maybe see if they can swipe a victory off of them and erase the history of a 0-3 loss. And then rounding out the end of it, they had a 2-1 against Honorbound, Honorbound finding themselves in the beta bracket today. So pretty not, I don't want to say like neutral, because that feels like it's not giving it enough justice, but like a very strong run to find themselves in Alpha Bracket, no less. But on the opposite side, you have Project Guys, who actually had a tougher time trying to get into Alpha Bracket, only finding themselves with 2 3-0 wins, a 1-2 against Rewind, Rewind also being in the Alpha Bracket with us today, and then 2-1 wins against What the Fuzz and Inkception. And I believe What the Fuzz is also here with us in day 2, but I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they are also in in beta bracket as well.
Okay, yeah, I think that is right over there, Saf, but like, I really, that's just wild. Just like, there's so much history with each and every single team leading into day 2. There's just only so much time we have to just cover everyone's story and how they come into this bracket here and ready to rock and roll. And speaking of rocking and rolling, we're about to get started with our first map here, Splat Zone's Robo Ramen. I'd say this is a beloved classic, Saf. What do you think?
Yeah. My honest opinion. That's all I'm gonna give it this time. Thank you.
No, I appreciate the honesty, but hey, let's lock in these teams right here and see what is going to be happening here. I'm catching my eye on the Gal and the Sea Blaster here, 2 very strong weapons at contesting space. So let's see how that's going to be able to fare here, Saf.
Yeah, and I appreciate actually that StarZ is not really utilizing any sort of pencil, not to shade the pencil whatsoever. I just appreciate that their backline tactic is going to come down to that heavy edit. Also probably with a lot of assistance from the Slosher that Crater's going to be using. And Crater's trying to already follow up on the left-hand side here, not really finding any value, unfortunately, though. However, first numbers on the board are going to go, I guess the continuation of numbers is going to be in StarZ's favor.
Oh yeah, for sure. Trading blow for blow here. But right now, this is a very difficult situation to be in yourself in. But hey, if you're able to get these picks here and hold zone, just like how StarZ is doing, you're going to be able to put on quite the show here. We already have the pencil setting up here, trying to get the cooler for their teammates here. But it's just so much to contest with and choke. You have a Gal, you have a Slosher, you have more AoE from that blaster, all just forcing the jump out there. You are in a rough spot right now if you're in Project Guy's side right now.
Yeah, but I appreciate that Wunini was able to really evaluate the risk, right? They were like, okay, 2 of my teammates are down. The people that have the most firepower are not here with me to follow up. I need to try to get out of here. But here's Dear Loon. Oh my gosh, these names are really hard sometimes. Dear Loon. I'm going to call them Loon. Their name is Loon from now on. Loon was trying to follow up on the left-hand side, not really having any more follow-up from the help of their friends, and Wunini still finding themselves alone on the top right-hand side, not really able to get something set up to try to break back in. So that was a tumble from StarZ Impact against Project Guys. Neptune, something I always like to say is that the first game to me doesn't really matter too much in the grand scheme of things, because you really need to gather some information first before I feel like you can really put your tactics and strategy together. So just based on first impressions there, what do you think that StarZ needs to do to try to, I guess, flip the script going into Rainmaker?
Flipping the script is going to be very difficult because, how did I describe it? It's just a lot of very strong weapons that just love fighting and typically very hard to contest individually. So, like, for example, Slosher plays really well with a lot of paint. You saw them just going for, like, really good angles and taking those off angles on the side of that choke point. And definitely something you have to do with these weapons is try and separate them. You can't just have multiple people running at you and having all this chip damage add up here, and that's just, it makes it very difficult to move up. So to answer the question, Saf, right, to counter this potentially is to take the team fights, slow it down, split them up, right? That is definitely going to be a way forward, especially when we're getting into Rainmaker Humpback here.
Yeah, and I think, too, Project Guys kind of have their hands full with this opening bout because they find themselves today in the 48th seed in Alpha Bracket, and StarZ Impact is at the 27th seed. So definitely a little bit of a gap there by the seeding team with both of these two groups here. So hopefully maybe reassessing the team fight is kind of the method to success that Project Guys is able to find here on Rainmaker Humpback Pub Track. Some key points, though. It's really easy to bottleneck here. It's super easy to bottleneck at the first checkpoint areas. Always opting for the right-hand side tends to be the way to go, meaning going around the bend to that first one and then trying to run the gauntlet that is where most of the points are on this map between the first checkpoint and the second checkpoint on above the half-pipe area.
Oh, yeah, so, for sure.
I mean, pretty much the entirety of the points for the rest of the game are just in that little home stretch right there. And I think just historically, across competitive Splatoon, we've seen some pretty wackadoo plays come out from that specific area on this map. And so I have a feeling this matchup is not going to really be any different. So looking at Project Guys to see if there's a different sort of tactic that we can use here. And already, actually, there's been a couple of weapon changes.
Oh yeah, for sure. You see the long rapid here as well as the range blaster. Two very strange weapon picks typically for Rainmaker, because Rainmaker you want some weapons that can pop the Rainmaker shield really quickly. But typically speaking here, you're going to be able to contest those weapons right here. But fighting longer range AoE can definitely be very difficult for you. And as you see in this first fight right here, the numbers advantage is in Project Guys, and they are getting ready to take that Rainmaker all the way to the right here, Saf.
So I'm kind of thinking that with this first checkpoint pop, I feel that quick pop was in Project Guys' favor because they have 3 suction bombs, count them, 3 suction bombs on their side, and the fight is not going to stop there. They still have Rainmaker in possession. You have Illumi trying to follow up on the back. Do they know, though, Neptune? Do they know? And I don't think that they do quite yet, but the splashdown is not going to be enough to stop it. That's Funini following up and getting it down to the 6-point marker.
Incredible first push here. Getting all the way down to 6 in less than a minute is a statement to be had here. Immediately swinging back from that first game right here. They are ready to rock and roll here. As you see, these picks are happening here. Beautiful little shots from this range blaster over here. Getting a direct here. Waiter, I want more directs. This is what I love seeing here, Saf.
Yeah, that was very demanding. I have a feeling that Juno is not going to last much longer in the restaurant of StarZ Impact. Rainmaker finding itself back in the center stage here. You can see the folks in StarZ Impact are trying to spread themselves out, maybe try to divide and conquer the resources, especially with that killer whale coming out, some displacement tactics, trying to push forward and coming in here, which was helpful because that's Illumi and Astoria trying to come on in, and the middle section is now changing very quickly to blue as we find ourselves looking at the first checkpoint and Illumi taking it for StarZ Impact.
For sure. Getting that checkpoint out of the way, now is the difficult part of trying to get through this home stretch here. Now, you technically need a near knockout situation to be able to swap this lead here, but I do think StarZ has the tools to be able to do it. Having Splashdown there can definitely cause a lot of chaos in that choke point here as well. We see them smartly back up here, giving them the space, looking for opportunities to be able to push back into that choke here, but it's going to be very difficult, especially with the scrap that is going on here, Saf.
Yeah, I mean, but not unless you are Crater, because Crater is speeding here. That is 3 different folks on the side of Project Guys being taken down by the Slosher, and already they're trying to get it set up on this right-hand side here to see if Illumi can find safe passage. But see, what did I say, Neptune? There's those suction bombs, a huge barrier to try to get past, and as they are trying to stagger them out one by one, it's like the folks on StarZ Impact are not really finding any safe entry, but finally the Tri-Strikes are going to change that. But unless you have a Trizuka in your hands, that's going to be 2 members going down at the 23.
Wow, the suction bomb spam is definitely something I was not anticipating here. Typically, I don't think RB using it sub as much, but on a map like this, where the choke point is so valuable, it's very difficult to. And I really had to respect StarZ members right here, recognizing, hey, these are not the best situations right now. Let's back up and try again and reset the possession here. But the Rainmaker being swung all the way to the other side now is going to undo a lot of progress here and going to prolong the fighting here. This is definitely going to be a bit of a difficult situation to get yourself out of here, but Wunny strategically using these Rainmaker shots to space out their opponents.
Yeah, Wanini, it seems like it's the battle between Wanini and Illumi, because those are the 2 names I'm seeing the most picking up the fish, which it's fine if you have somebody that is incredibly skilled with that 5th weapon in the game, being the Rainmaker. However, that was Wanini kind of trying to actually stall out time on that right-hand side, which I feel, if you were on the side of Project Guys, it seems like maybe that's kind of the way that you want to go, just because StarZ Impact seems to have a collapsing in type of mentality when they are pushing forward with objective. And so I feel that it is in Project Guy's favor to just kind of try to run the clock out. But you got to be careful of where Astoria is going to be sharking down on the side there, but not finding any value, unfortunately for them. They waited a long time there, Neptune.
Yeah, for sure. They were looking for that opportunity. It just unfortunately got caught by a suction bomb. Happens to the best of us here. And now it's going to be a strange situation right here where you're going to need to get control of mid and well as force that choke point if you are StarZ right now. You are getting these picks here. You are getting the mid. The Rainmaker is picked up. Specials are online. You got to go sooner than later, as the time on that Rainmaker is going to be what decides this game here, Saf.
Yeah, and again, though, we find ourselves in a similar situation with the suction bombs. And honestly, it makes me wonder which side would be more advantageous when you are trying to deal with a suction bomb spam. Because, yeah, you are really reliant upon that Tri-Strike type of tactic there. The Trizuka coming out, not finding value on JoJo, is going to take a couple of the members out. And, of course, the well-placed person, didn't see the name quite there, sorry, but the well-placed person and member of Project Guys defending that last checkpoint to the bitter end, that is Project Guys taking us to a Game 3.
I think that's just Z. I really
true.
like...
Okay, yes. Okay, true.
Yep. Yeah, so Z took it home there with the shot right there. I love, as a shot player myself here, right, on Rainmaker Humpback, when you have the lead and you're just going to defend, your best friends are going to be that suction bomb and the Trizuka. Now, a lot of people don't say a Trizuka is a GG special typically, but on Rainmaker, if it gets a lineup just like that, it is typically going to set up a play that just allows the Rainmaker user just to pop and explode at the very last second there as well. And that was just beautifully timed and really well disciplined from the side of Project Guys to be able to take home that game, Seth.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you there. And again, like I'm still trying to think about and consider the 2 different sides that you can kind of work with. Obviously, nobody really opts for the left-hand side of the map, and especially if you can look on the replay where Illumi was coming from, it's not really like the most advantageous spot, but it makes me wonder, because if you are dealing with this suction bomb spam that was coming out from Project Guys, it's like, what side is it really okay to take? And at that point, is it like, does it even matter if you have Tri-Strikes in your pocket? Because you can eliminate it no matter what side that you're on. But to me, it kind of seems like this is the more advantageous area to try to combat this, just because there's less surface area to deal with. Versus, like, you have to climb up a couple of walls, and you have to bounce between a couple of tight spaces. And for this, it's like, it's one bottleneck, it's a straight shot to the checkpoint, and so maybe that was the right place, and the friends that we made along the way, you know what I'm saying? But not that it matters now. We're heading back to school, we're hitting the books, we're at we're at Ink Tower Control.
Inkblot Tower Control, a very classic map mode here, and it's honestly, like, it's a way many teams can express themselves with their comp and playstyle here, and I'm definitely going to be keeping an eye out for that double blaster comp on the side of Project Guys here. Now, having two blasters on tower is going to make it extremely difficult to get any space here as well. You can see they're just clustering on plat right here, but it's very difficult for StarZ to be able to move up right here. But hey, having these marks right here, trying to find out and stat out each member one at a time is definitely going to be your strategy going forward. But oh, you're trading out blow for blow, blaster shots for blaster shots here, and unfortunately it just seems to be a very neutral game here, Saf.
Yeah, and I think that is okay for now because StarZ really needs to try and reassess how they want to try to fight Project Guys, because it seems like when it comes to Splat Zones, I mean, it was StarZ all the way down, but when it comes to these more methodical game modes where it's kind of like it's a stop and go type of process, it seems like that works in Project Guys' favor quite a bit. They can really utilize the timing of the tower movement, how the Rainmaker moves across the map. It seems like that was really advantageous for them in their play style. However, already on the points though, StarZ Impact has the most points. They're making their way to this first checkpoint, and I mean, it's looking pretty purple in this corner here, if I do say so myself. So Project Guys really has got to start utilizing those subs again. Where are those suction bombs?
The suction bombs are coming out here, slowly coming out, but hey, the main weapon could also suffice at defending the tower here. However, it's just very difficult to get anything done here with the lack of paint, as you mentioned it before. It's looking very purple right now, so the blasters are not having a good time being able to move up as much as they'd like to. So obviously it's getting a little bit hard to throw suctions on tower, but hey, you can throw out blaster shots, you can throw out Zuka shots, and you'll still be able to slay out two members here and potentially start yourself own push here.
Yeah, and I appreciate Project Guy able to kind of collapse in on to the offense here. You gotta be watching out for where Crater is going to be with that Tri-Slosher, because consistently trying to find the higher ground is going to be very advantageous for them. However, I want to say the two blasters that were working together here on Project Guy have been doing a very fantastic job preventing any sort of infiltration from the rail standpoint, and also, again, actually really making the high ground seem like a more dangerous place to try to take. And especially if you can see Loon following up with the blaster, also the Trizuka coming out too to try to help and follow up and provide a little bit more coverage. That is going to be very useful for them as Project Guys takes the lead.
For sure. Taking that lead and getting through, I believe that first checkpoint there was definitely a good way to start off strong here. Reclaim that space. I really love how they're using the Rapid Blaster exactly how you should be using it. You need to be able to stuff out your opponents. You need to make them fear for their lives when they push. Otherwise, they are going to be directed from the blaster. But oh, a sneaky suction bomb from Z over here. Being able to secure that beautiful pick here. Azuka coming out here as well, looking to get another one here. Project Guys is looking to see if they can set up in mid now.
Yeah, and I worry for Z trying to take that fight to Illumi, but again, the MVP of this game so far has to be Suction Bombs, because that provided enough damage for Z to come in and finish the job here. And again, as I was saying before, there is Crater trying to take the higher ground. That's Woony following up on the end zap to try to help out and provide a little bit of more distraction, because Crater kind of lost sight of what they wanted to do there.
Oh yeah, for sure. There's just so much happening and just a little bit of, how do I say it, overwhelmed by just the weapons that are attacking them as well. But now it's going to be Project Guy's turn to potentially make a play here. They're coolered up. They're looking to go forward here. We have Z popping that Zuka. They're unfortunately going down here as well. This is going to be quite a strange situation here, because while there's not too many points on the board right now, it's going to be a game of control, a game of tower control specifically, to make sure it doesn't go up from both sides here.
Yeah, and I think this is a very ebb and flow sort of game, because you can see both teams are able to break back in. There's really nobody that's having the advantage over the other. Each one is able, wow, it was quite a shot. Each team is able to break back into the midsection, take the space that they want, and move the tower forward. It just so happens that Project Guy was able to do that for 8 more unit points than StarZ Impact is able to. And now StarZ Impact finding themselves in a soft wipe situation with 3 members going down. At this point, it's kind of like, okay, StarZ Impact needs to just try to stagger the defense a little bit so that they can move this tower just a few more ticks, especially with only 7 seconds left to go. specials coming out here. You have the Sea Blaster going in for the splashdown to try to clear the area around the tower, but they find themselves in the wipeout. Look at that! That was all 4 X's in one location behind that tower. Not advantageous for StarZ Impact, so that is Project Guys moving forward. And again, I would like... Oh? Wait. No, StarZ Impact is moving forward. But wait! StarZ Impact has wind! Yep. Did I misinterpret? Did they take the lead at the last second? Did I just miss that? Wow! Wait. Okay, thank you. Inky's letting us know that they're going to replay that for us, because I did not even see where the lead change happened. Personally, I don't know. I don't know if you did, but
okay. I wanted to like say something, right? I was just so utterly shocked that I like the outcome here, because they were just piling bodies on the tower here, and that's kind of what was needed to be done there to be able to swap that lead here. Yeah, there's a lot of things to contest tower, especially those blasters, the suction bombs, right? And we're gonna see that on the replay right here. You can just see the members just piling on slowly but surely, and then that last second you saw the Pex. We lost the lead right there, and I was just like, no way that was able to happen there. It's just literally that slight tap on the tower was what did it.
The wipeout screen, the wipeout notification came up first. In the replay, the wipeout notification came up first before we lost the lead.
Oh my gosh.
Wow, okay, so that's down to like... That's down to the pixel. That's down to the pixel! That was a pixel-perfect finish for StarZ Impact to move forward. Oh my gosh. Wow. I have nothing. I'm just in awe. That's amazing.
Me too. Like that's why I was also shocked. Like you get where I'm coming from here. Just like, okay, yeah, the wipeout screen came out first, right? And then they lost the lead happened there as well. So I was just like still just I just was speechless, right? Because definitely speaking, in that interaction, typically, right, the team that has to push uphill into 2 blasters is not going to be able to go far here. But they just stacked barely enough bodies, right, to be able to slowly pixel their way into that lead right there. That's got to be a bit of a heartbreaker for some people, but that's got to be relieving if you are StarZ Impact right here.
I'm just flabbergasted. What the heck? You have to wonder what's going on in those VCs right now, especially for StarZ Impact, because, I mean, all 4 members, the wipeout notification came up, like, a millisecond before the wipeout, before the we lost the lead notification came up, so... Still in the fight. StarZ Impact still in the fight. And looking at the bracket here, you have Fruit Punch Sunday taking a 2-0, and they are going to be fighting StarZ Impact. Next, Rewind taking a 2-0 over Kittens. I think that says Kittens in very, very lovely handwriting. Thank you for that. Going against Fearless. Fearless is actually seed 4 in this tournament here, so that's going to be a tough fight, I believe, for Rewind.
Oh yeah, for sure.
21C SIBH. I was gonna say Sibby. I don't know if that's correct, but that's what I'm going with. 21CB going against Pringle Cat. Pringle Cat getting a 2-1 over Bad Guys. Now, Bad Guys, we were looking at them for a second there. So that's interesting that they got knocked out right away, opening up into day 2. And then, of course, you have Celestial going against Cooked 2-0, and now going against Poor Judgment. But Poor Judgment already giving them a run for their money as they find themselves in the 1-0 scenario. But looking on ahead, we finally have our next match lined up here, going against Rewind and Fearless.
Yep, definitely. Rewind and Fearless. You're highlighting this one earlier, Saf. Seeds 2, Seeds 4 coming here and colliding in the second round here of winners. So I know a little bit about Rewind here. I specifically talk with Peaches a lot, and Peaches is a fantastic Dynamo player. Really nice person as well to talk with. On Fearless's side, though, I recognize Infinity as well. Infinity's a very strong player. I think they play mostly Gals, but I've also think I've seen them play Sword as well. Just very strong weapons here, and they're very comfortable and confident in their play with it. So it's going to be coming down to, how do I describe this? Both these teams clashing and see who can come out on top with just not only mechanics, but team play specifically, Saf.
Yeah, but I mean, on the folks over at Fearless too are no strangers to the competitive play. Their captain Mick has played in a lot of all for ones over the course of time. You also have someone like Slush who has won Little Squid League before as well. So I mean, you have folks here that are no strangers to lower level. Like they've run the gauntlet before. You have a couple from the Ink Up winners in there as well, including the co-captain, which is Infinity. So, looking on ahead to the map modes here, you have Rewind and Fearless. We're opening on Clam Blitz, Scorch Gorge. We haven't seen clams yet today, so looking forward to that. I'm a big clam stan myself. And then following up on the second game, going back to Spot Zones on Mako Mart. Mako Mart is classic. I feel like Mako Mart's really the only map mode. I don't really care what other people think. I'm just going to give my opinion because that's what it is. It's my opinion. I feel that Mako Mart is the one where it is an all-rounder type of map. And what I mean by that is that all game modes on it are valid.
That's fair. You know, I really respect that opinion here. But hey, we're going to be starting off with game number 1 here. Scorch Clams here. What's immediately jumping out to me is the Dread Ringer on the side of Rewind here. The Dread Ringer having so much paint output as well as a lot of AoE chip damage, that can definitely cause a lot of problems here for Fearless if they are not careful about this. But no, Infinity being confident here, moving up with the fight. I love the confidence coming out here, and as you can see, they're starting a push of themselves, but the hammer's coming out from out of nowhere, and Ray is managing to stop that push. Oh!
Was that a hammer throw?
That was a hammer throw indeed. Ray moving up fast and furiously here. This rush, once it gets going, you cannot stop it right here. Whether it's going to take a shark, whether it's going to get some chip damage, whether it's going to get some clams, it is always going to be doing something. And that is the beauty of having a brush on this game mode here. Being able to score all the way down to 45 along with the wipeout here. That is very convincing start here, Sal.
Yeah, not too great of a way that you want to wipe out, though. That was Peaches, unfortunately, jumping to their demise off the map accidentally. That caused the wipeout notification to come up on the screen. But hey, you know what? That's okay. Live to fight another day. There's still plenty of time to try and follow up and get something cooking here. However, already the folks on Fearless are finding themselves actually in fear with 2 members going down. And that's Rewind already with 2 specials on the board and ready to go. That's Ray who got to open up the basket on the original push there. And again, Peach is going down, but still having a power clam in possession. Economy is booming on the side of Rewind.
Economy is booming indeed. And definitely you can just see how both these teams are just very confident with their fights here. And so confident, in fact, that they're trading each other out here, where the neutral advantage is still remaining here as well. But Ray being the difference maker here, letting their team enter with a Reef Slider and Zuka here to allow the Power Clam to go in here. This is just incredible, Saf.
Yeah, this is the type of low-level Splatoon gameplay that you want to look at, and there's a reason that Rewind is seeded number 2 in this tournament here, and they are actually really gunning for that grand finals spot that they really so desperately want to be in. And Ray, I feel like, is going to be really helpful in doing just that, because having a brush on your team that is very versatile and mobile, like Ray has been throughout this entire game so far, is definitely what you want to be looking for if you want to play fast and play quick. And the follow-up too from the Reef Slider is also going to be super beneficial to try and clear the space. And already, there's that suction bomb again. However, the Booyah Bomb coming out from Katani is going to try and clear some their own space, and also utilizing the bubble for some defensive maneuvering. And finally, that is a basket pop for Fearless.
That is a basket pop indeed, but you don't have too much control of this ramp right here. And I just heard a hammer. It's coming right up that ramp. You're forced to jump out here, but that was definitely something that was going to get started, but it just got shut down immediately. You saw the Reef Slider come out just to shut down that bubble, as well as the follow-up from Ray here, as well as the other members of Rewind. And now they're just putting Fearless in such difficult positions that they have to push into weapons that they're not too comfortable fighting.
And I think, too, something to note with this is that this is actually a run back against Fearless. Rewind and Fearless did play each other in day 1 yesterday, with Rewind coming out on top in a 2-1 scenario. And so this is actually Fearless's chance to try to see if they can change the narrative and try to see if they can knock the folks of Rewind out of the game, and hopefully took some notes to try to see if they can make that happen. And with their second basket pop, you're taking them down to the 40 or the 68 mark. Unfortunately, though, they find themselves in a 2-member down scenario, so you don't want to really overextend yourself too much here with trying to gain more points. We have just a little bit left to go.
A little bit left to go here. It is still anyone's game here. It's no lead is safe in Clan Blitz from what I've learned from all my time playing and watching this game here. But you can definitely see something needs to happen on the side if you are Fearless here. You are juggling around the power clamp. You have all these specials getting ready. You have to set up that bubble near that that power clamp right here. But it's just a matter of just getting there in time, and it looked like it's gonna happen. The bubble is up and ready. I do see a Reefslider. Oh my goodness, multiple picks coming out here. The Reefslider did come out to pop out that bubble, but this Cottony just staying alive here, keeping this basket well fed here, booyahing to extend this as well. This can go very dangerous very quickly, and as you see, this push is still going south.
And they still have it open. It's just one more. They just need 2 more to try to take it. They're fighting themselves with 3 members down. Trippy, you better run on back there, and you are throwing clams off the map. You do not want to give anything back. You do not want cash back in this situation going to Rewind. They already find themselves with the power clam with a little bit left in overtime, but Neptune, that's not going to be enough for them to break through. That's Fearless having a strong opening game 1.
Oh my goodness, this is crafting such a beautiful narrative just in itself. You've mentioned before, right, how Rewind came out on top in the group stage here, and this is a run back here. So Fearless is the one starting off strong here and putting Rewind on the back foot here. We saw Rewind get very comfortable, getting really good position, setting up their specials, having the lead for majority of the game, using the specials exactly how they needed to be able to push the clam basket. But on the side of Fearless, I just gotta commend them for just the sequencing and the extension of that basket right there. All the members specifically have used their specials in a way that was one after the other to sustain and maintain the space around the basket to allow that lead swap to happen there. That was like over 60 or 70 points, I think, that was scored across that board to be able to swap the lead there. Absolute gaming is what I want to call it.
No, actually, though, like, that's the best way that you can put it, because I feel like that's where we lose the plot, Neptune. That's where the plot gets lost, and it's that Clam Blitz can sometimes be a free-for-all, just go, throw as many in as you can. But it's also like, no, you gotta recognize when the long game needs to be played. And that's exactly what Fearless did. They were like, okay, economy's not really on our side. Consistently, you could see that Rewind had a power clam in their possession, just one after another. And it reaches a point where you need to just try and keep the basket open for as long as possible. You need to try to maintain the timing of it, and you need to maintain your special usage and make sure that you can, what's it called? Just kind of like you were saying, like stagger it. You need to stagger the specials, prolong the basket being open. And Fearless did exactly that. And I mean, that's the way, dude. That's the method. Yep. That is the method.
That is some just amazing sequencing and just how you described it before. Just really beautiful to feed that basket consistently and long enough for it to just stay open long enough for your other teammates to follow up. And that's just impressive things here. But we got to get into splat zones here. It's Makomar, very neutral. I can see this going either way here. It's gonna come down to if they can deal with that ink brush on the side of Rewind here and see if they can replicate the success for Fearless they had that last game.
Right, and I think, like I was saying before, Makomar, whether you love it or hate it, it is an all-rounder map in the sense that you see literally every single game mode in tournaments these days. There's no game mode, I mean, some get used more than others, like, don't get me wrong, but you definitely get to see it almost in every single form that it comes in. And there's a little bit of an opening here coming out from the folks of Rewind. However, I think Fearless quite literally has the wind in their sails. They are fearless moving forward here and trying to take and maintain this map for their favor.
For sure, Fearless is looking very strong here at the start, having the specials up and ready to go. They do have a bubble, but they're gonna have to go through a reef slide. The second it comes up, it goes down here, and you can see them contesting the zone very well. I gotta give props to that Dreadringer, and I gotta love aiming all the way up to shoot down that sprinkler. They are not gonna allow any value come out from that pencil. Gonna delay that cooler as long as possible, but oh, we have a shark here from Ray, potentially waiting for a good opportunity to climb on up here. Oh wait, but a member goes down on the side of Rewind here. They're looking for an opportunity to push up, but can they do it here, Saf?
Could you imagine if they could see what we see with where the names are? Because if Ray could see that everybody was over on the right-hand side, they could have infiltrated, and that could have been so messy. So incredibly messy for Fearless. But anyways, I digress. So we have Fearless actually taking a really strong foothold in mid. They have the zone in their possession. They're looking to try to take away these penalty points here. Finding actually one pick too onto Rewind, but that is going to be a traded pick as 1-to-1 ratio going down. But still, strong foothold on the middle section here and no penalty in sight, but that's going to be the Reef Slider taking it back in control for Rewind.
Definitely, the Reef Slider coming in clutch at the 11th hour, right before Lee could swap right here. And I really love Comet here, putting in this work with the Dreadringer. Not only are they putting down the paint, but they are putting down pressure here. But unfortunately, gonna get a shut down here. Now, this is gonna be a very difficult situation right now, because your Dread's on respawn here. They need to get Reef Slider to contest this bubble. It comes out on zone. They're trying to cap it here, and both these teams are back again to an even state here, Saf.
Yeah, and that's where I feel like in a state of like where we're in the middle of the game, that's kind of where you want to be. You don't really want to put all your eggs in one basket per se, but you also want to play it kind of safe, and you don't want to be losing your members too quickly, because again, Mako Mart is a place where things can snowball very quickly. But also, I once again, I think we're seeing a similar matchup to what we saw last time, where it's like both teams can easily break back in to the other side. Like, if they get locked out, they can make it back in. And I think that, especially for what we're seeing right now, that is going to be in the hands of Rewind trying to get back into the center stage here. And they gotta be watching out for this Reef Slider. Like, this Reef Slider is really the thorn in the side for the folks on Fearless, because they have a really good thing going, and then Rewind comes in and just disrupts everything that they're trying to do with the Reef Slider.
Definitely. You can definitely tell, just like the Dreadringer, specifically with the Reef Slider, is looking for the opportunity. They know how to cap that zone. They know they can go through specials with the invincibility of that Reef Slider when it is riding its way to the zone right here. But now, it's going to be Rewind here, looking in a pretty good spot right here. They need to find a way to cap here if you're Fearless to be able to swap the lead here. And they managed to do so. I think it's going to be happening just a second here with that bubble. Oh, it does happen here. Oh, and a pick on that brush. Absolutely incredible gameplay coming out from both teams here. No one is giving up an inch. It is a fight for this zone here.
Yeah, and I gotta appreciate Sawyer trying to get some paint on the ground. They're not only painting in front of them, but painting to the sides, trying to provide a little bit more space for their mates. Hey, can we utilize this at some point? Well, I'm gonna throw paint here anyway, regardless if you use it or not. The penalty, though, now going down for Fearless once again. Unfortunate for Rewind, as they found themselves in the single-digit penalty point for trying to get past the 25 mark, but it's not going to be enough here. Now finding ourselves down to the final 10 unit points. Something's got to happen here. Unfortunate timing for Chippy, but great gameplay for Rewind as they take the zone back with that suction bomb. And Death, remember, folks, if you know that you're going to be splatted and go down, get out of the zone as fast as possible. Do not go down in the zone.
Oh my goodness, so many picks coming out from the side of Rewind here onto Fearless. Getting these crucial picks here. The pencil is down here. It's just the strikes and the bubble here. They need to find a way forward here to entry. Here come the strikes. The G-Cab's going to drop in. The bubble's going to come out onto zone. Can they hold it? 9! No! It gets paused here by the zone. 1 few more points here. 1, 2, game!
Oh my gosh. Oh, your excitement is like making my heart like I'm gonna have a heart attack.
I'm sorry. Listen. I felt it in the player bones. Okay, these Inklings and Octolings don't have bones, but the players do. They must have been shaking with that when they realized now or never. We need to cap this zone right here. We have the tools ready, set, go. It just barely wasn't enough to hold that lead, and Rewind comes out at the 11th hour, taking game 2, game 3. Here we come, Saf.
You're so right though, like losing the pencil for Fearless was kind of a bummer because that's your main paint. That's your painter, and now they're gone. And so Fearless, like you said, all they had was Tri-Strikes and a bubble. So it's like Tri-Strikes and a bubble. What do we do with that? Well, okay. We gotta try to figure out something because I mean, we have to try to get in there, and you can see the Tri-Strikes coming out, one of them going on the pellet, the bubble trying to gave space for the bubble to actually come in for Chippy to set it up somewhere really good. But still, after that, that's 2 specials that you lost. So what now? What do we do now? All we can do is just look at the ground and paint the ground. But when you have the paint and the mobility that Rewind has, it's like, okay, well, if you lose 2 of your specials, that's 2 specials that cannot be used. The bubble's going to get shredded. So this is our time to shine. We're going to come in. And it's all going to come down to this on tower control ship shape.
Oh my goodness, tower control ship shape. I feel like every single game these players play is no lead is safe. That is what I learned, right, from as both a player, but this is especially demonstrated between this matchup here. And this map mode, since it's so snowball heavy, what's going to happen, Sapphire? Is there just going to be one big snowball that just ends it all? Or is there going to be a back and forth like the other 2 games where essentially what happens is what we saw the last 2 games?
Well, this is really fun to watch, and I don't think it can really get much better than something like this because it makes you wonder what happened in day 1. Because day 1 also ended in a 2-1 scenario, and it's like, if with these folks being the 2 and 4 seed, you have to wonder if the same exact sort of behavior was happening.
For sure.
And so, looking ahead here at the weapon choices, Dreadbringer is going to make a comeback here. You have Cottony actually pulling up with the sloshing machine as well, and similar picks from the other folks across the way.
For sure.
I think with tower control here, I guess, what do you think with what we've been seeing so far and the aggression that's been coming up on both sides? What are some methods to success?
Methods to success here is definitely utilizing special here, and you're going to have to play with some rather unconventional specials with Reef Slider and Hammer here. As you see, already 2 down on both sides here. Very scrappy to start off the bat here. Comet is not giving up any space, using the Reef Slider to secure the pick on the decap here. That was absolutely filthy starting off that game.
Yeah, that was mean. That was straight up kind of mean. They were like, okay, yeah, I can time this. But also, that just goes to show that Comet is able to finesse the Reef Slider and get the timing down to exactly how they want it. Because they saw the circle for somebody jumping in, they backed up, Reef slid, and it's like, okay, that was picture perfect. That was incredibly calculated. But look at this, folks, finding ourselves in actually a 3 versus 3 trade. That's Reezy on the tower still, though. And I guess the folks on Fearless don't have enough space to work with to try to get Reezy out of there. So down to the 43 mark for the folks on Rewind.
Oh my goodness. Incredible first push here coming out from Rewind here. But you gotta give credit when credit is due. Fearless somehow finding a way forward. Looking way get back into mid. But this Hammer is just going to stamp, rush, and find a way forward for Rewind to be taking that tower once again.
Which, okay, you gotta respect it though, because Rewind is really quick to do just that, to rewind and get themselves back on track. So down to the 43, and actually we're going to keep that going. Chippy, though, coming in to try to take the high ground, launching their bubble, too, on the top left, which is extremely good placement here, I think, for the folks of Fearless to try to have a really safe space to jump back in, but also a space where they can take a moment to assess how they want to enter back into the team fight. And with the team fight commencing here, that's two folks collapsing in on Comment, which I think is exactly one of the methods for success here for the folks on Fearless. You don't want Comment getting too comfortable, and also allowing a lot of space for Ray to try to jump in through and utilize that hammer. So now with Tower being in possession of Fearless, it's back to the middle section. We're starting from the ground up for the folks on Fearless. Tri-Strikes are coming out to maintain some space, but we already lost Chippy in the process.
We lost Chippy in the process, but hey, their bubble was there to make some plays here. But Peach is finding a way through that bubble, getting these picks here. Finding these picks is just absolutely incredible here, because all that momentum that was just about to come from that wipeout earlier is going to be swung back the other way. Rewinded, if you could say. And now it's already, the ball is in there. Oh, wait.
Oh, caught me. The precision that it takes to use Slashing Machine is absolutely incredible, and Cotney just proved it right there, because right through the grates of the bridge, they're able to do it. That's a 2-splat streak that Cotney is on right now. They are heating up as the tower makes its way back into the middle section. We keep seeing that Fearless is able to get the tower back into mid and try to get themselves set up, but it's like once they reach this first checkpoint, it's like Rewind just has their number. They're able to stop and go to end the episode exactly where they want to be with the rewind button and find the members of Fearless and take them out. So now with Tower moving to the first checkpoint, finally, with 3 members down, okay, that's the heavy edit just spawning back in, so we're going to call it a 3-member down scenario. Finally, that first checkpoint for Fearless is going to fall. Is this where it's going to change for them?
It can definitely change here. With the tower being in their control, they're getting these passive specials here. Things are lighting up. They have the resources to be able to make this happen here. But do they have the ability to see where this hammer is coming from? Ray coming out from out of nowhere here to be able to shut down this tower push right now. This is putting a lot of pressure on Fearless to be able to do something. Zuka comes out here as well, contesting that top left side here as well. And there's just definitely going to be a time where you just gotta say, it's time to go right now. And is it that time? Yes, it is that time if you're Cotney. Going in with those strikes and getting that beautiful pick, extending with Booyah here, setting up your teammates for success. That's what you need in this very moment to make this push work here.
Oh, and look at Ray sharking on the side, but Cotney's going to be able to call them out right away. They know that they're still there, but again, the overextension, you don't want to overextend yourselves, and that is going to lead Ray to try to take another fight, but I think that's exactly what they wanted. They didn't want Ray to try to go there, but that's the wipeout on Fearless. That is going to be Rewind moving on in the tournament. An unfortunate wipeout happening for Fearless around the tower section right there. I mean, shoutouts to the Reef Slider, because after that happened, I saw so many X's on the board, dude. That was... Shout out to the Reef Slider for just maintaining that space. That is Rewind repeating the same set score of a 2-1. But man, was it not easy for them to get there.
Oh man, the thrills, the chills, the gameplay was absolutely beautiful from both these teams here. You saw just like from how desperate the situation was getting right there, that both these teams put in everything in the kitchen sink and more to be able to potentially take home that game. It was just Rewind just getting these minor advantages, and that snowballed into major advantages, right? This Ultra Stamp coming out at just at the right time, the Reef Sliders coming out to specifically do that, and you saw how many times these teams were just even trading blow for blow, and just how quickly that could have changed if one interaction and just went wrong.
Yo, I gotta ask though, do you think Chippy, every time we were talking about Chippy, I was just thinking of their alter ego, Clippy? Like Clippy on Microsoft Word? Anyone? No, just me? Okay, that's fine.
I remember, I think of, how do I say it, Bowser's Inside Story and the nickname that was given to Starlo by Bowser. For Chippy.
Okay,
I know
that's fine. That's fine. We'll take it.
We'll take it.
That's fine. We'll take it. So, okay, let's go ahead and go back to the bracket of what we're looking at. That's poor. Look at the bottom of the bracket here, folks. Poor Judgment taking a 2-0 over Celestial. Was not expecting that. Celestial is like an alpha bracket underdog. Not even an underdog, but like they are a consistent alpha bracket contender. So getting themselves knocked out in the quarterfinals. That's Poor Judgment moving up against 21. 21 taking a 2-0 over Pringlecat. Pringlecat getting knocked out. Rewind, once again, getting a 2-1 over Fearless. Man, it makes me so curious what happened in that day one scenario and what Fearless had to do to try to see if anything sort of, like, changed. Or if, like, this was an easier battle for them, or if, like, this was more, like, quote-unquote, as we say, winnable, when something, like, the win rate, or the win conditions, I guess, if the win conditions were different here, in this second matchup. But anyways, that's Rewind taking Fearless down in a 2-1, moving on to the semifinals. And at the top, you have Fruit Punch Salad and StarZ Impact, who we got to hang out with a little bit earlier today, finding themselves in a 1-1 scenario. And I gotta say, I'm really happy with the performance from StarZ Impact, because they're still in it and they still want to get out there, and they're according to the seeding, if I were to open the seeding scroll, StarZ Impact tends to be a little bit further down there on the list, but we'll have to put a pin in that for now, because we're going to move on to the semifinals here. We're looking at Poor Judgment and 21CB.
21CB. I don't know exactly how you say that, but I'm going to say 21CB, just like you, and then versus Poor Judgment here. I don't know, just making it this far, I assume you have to have pretty good judgment to be able to play the game as well as you are to make it this far into round 3 of Winner's Side. It is the semifinals, and that is nothing to slouch at. Making it this far is absolutely a, how do I say it? Commendment. Is that commendment? I'm gonna say commendment, Saf.
Yeah, I'll take it. That works for me. But again, Neptune, another thing I want to talk about from what we've been seeing so far with all of these contenders today in these matches is that nobody had, like there were some matches, of course, in day one that were really easy, like Set in Stone, 3-0. You know, like, we don't even have to get out of bed for this. But it's like, there's some on here, for example, for the folks on Poor Judgment. They got 0-3 by Fruit Punch Sunday. Fruit Punch Sunday being at the other side of the bracket right now, an alpha bracket, trying to find their way into semifinals. You have 2-0 against Celestial today. You have a 2-0 against Popgun Fan Club. Sorry, Popgun. And then, like, their Swiss run was, like, it's not like a 3-0 all the way down type of thing. And I appreciate seeing that sort of competitive nature coming from people, because I feel like if it's too easy, then it's just kind of like, okay, well, yeah, okay, you're gonna make it, and, like, you're gonna do great, and, like, whatever. But it's like the struggle. You have to appreciate the struggle. There's beauty in the struggle.
Oh, there is beauty in the struggle indeed. And I'm curious to see if the struggle is going to continue, fighting for that tower here, fighting for your life. Definitely going to be something that's going to be having to look out here for both these teams here. Very similar-esque comps in the sense that you have a pencil to anchor you, and you have a little bit of chip damage with your skirmishers with the Rapid Pro on the side of Poor Judgment. And you have dually squelchers, which is a weapon I don't see too commonly nowadays on the side of 21 Sid.
Well, I appreciate that Poor Judgment. Is it in reference to their choices? Could it be in reference to their composition? Who knows at this point? Either way, the Poor Judgment is going to be had, though, because 21CB is finding themselves on the first checkpoint already, but quickly having to evacuate from the onslaught of specials coming out from the folks of Poor Judgment, but still keeping a close eye on the tower and keeping close. See, that's another thing I appreciate about tower control is, like, yeah, you know what, sometimes you gotta abandon ship completely, and I totally understand that to keep yourself alive. However, it's good to stay on the outskirts of where the tower is going to be so it doesn't go backwards. You want to try to keep it in place, if anything. And the folks of 21CB have done just that as they are inching their way towards checkpoint 2.
Inching their way towards checkpoint 2, indeed. However, that checkpoint, I've talked with a lot of people in this comp community, and we've collectively decided that is probably one of the most difficult checkpoints to break here. But definitely having some good defense here and being able to snowball it into offense is something that you see from both 21C as well as Poor Judgment here as well. So you got to find a way forward, but the picks are happening, but just not much forward momentum here, Sal.
Yeah, and I think maybe that is cause for concern, but maybe it's also the method to the madness. Maybe playing the slow game on tower control is exactly what Poor Judgment is trying to do here. However, I think that they are unsuspecting of the folks that are coming in for the flank. Look at this. What is Zero doing? They're trying to fight in the pit area here. That's Young finally going down. Somebody followed up with a Reef Slider, and now Poor Judgment finds themselves 3 members down. That's 21 trying to move forward onto the next checkpoint.
Moving forward to that next point, indeed, they do have the resources to be able to push this here, but immediately get countered back by a bubble and a strikes, losing 2 members, getting jumped down by a decaf there. If there's ever been a message, just brush your teeth right there, that decaf certainly sent it right there.
Commenting on the poor hygiene of the folks of 21, I see coming out from Blueberry, probably spreading false information, but that, you know what, that's neither here nor there. Still, look at Zero coming in for an incredible fight. Oh my god, we were being hee-hee-ha-ha about the Dooley Squelchers, but look at the work that they just put in.
Oh my goodness, Dooley's just working overtime for these picks and the pressure right there. I also gotta appreciate the movement coming out from them. Immediately recognizing, oh hey, this sniper is going to tag me right here. Let me dodge roll out of here and just keep the space that I just generated with those picks right here. And now it's going to be seeming like a Poor Judgment is going to have a chance to get a push of their own right here. Fighting for this court, the jetpack comes out right now. Getting these crucial picks here. Spongy getting already 1, looking for that second right here. You see the strikes, everything in the kitchen sink has been tossed out here, and that bubble is ready and potentially being used to get this first checkpoint from falling.
Yeah, and I appreciate that Zero's placement on the top left-hand side here. That's 2 folks going down on the side of Poor Judgment. And now you can see already Zero is going to waste no time to try to push back up. I love this aggressive energy coming from Zero with the Dooley Squelchers here. And the incredible flanking capability that they've had as well. Not really finding much value out of their special, unfortunately, but man, are they able to make way and clear the runway for their teammates to try to follow up. I mean, nothing beats a little bit of help from my friends, and that's what Booney is wasting no time to try to respond to that, and especially giving a lot of space for Mir to come in and provide a little bit more paint as well. And look at that, Zero is still in the trenches! In the trenches with Poor Judgment!
Oh my goodness. See, this is something that, like, you gotta admire about some players at Lilith here. They are ready to rock and roll. They are confident in their ability to fight in the trenches, as you said there, and being able to contest space as well as stall out time for their teammates to be able to follow up right here. However, this is going to be a very difficult situation, especially going 2 down right here, and Poor Judgment now has the ball in their court. They have to play this overtime. The bubble is out. The jetpack is online, and now they're going to be seeing if they can push all the way to that second checkpoint here. What a Reef Slider comes straight on top of it, ending the game just like that.
Oh my god, dude, it was like watching a plane take flight. Like, literally, like a straight shot, a beautiful straight shot from start to finish to the tower, a perfect Reef Slider ending there. And you know what? We were commenting on it earlier. It's just like, I don't know how Reef Slider really can do in tower control. Well, there's your answer. Just take the high ground and just go for it. Incredibly well played Reef Slider there at the end for 21. Okay, so that being said, we're gonna move past that. We're gonna move into Splat Zones here. Okay. The folks on Poor Judgment, they really need to fix their judgment on how they are gonna approach Zero from here on out, because Zero was consistently going in for the flank in the trenches of the spawn of the folks of Poor Judgment. Just like wasted no time to get over there from spawning to getting back into to getting splatted and then getting back in again. Wasting no time to try to get in there and try to take the fight. They were initiating the team fight before the team fight was even talked about.
Yeah, for sure. And that's very brave coming out from a Dooley Squelcher here, because typically you don't see Dooley Squelcher as like one of the weapons that just can definitely beam you. I think of Stamper, I think of, 52 Gal, but Dooley Squelchers being able to use its range to its maximum effect, using its dodge rolls, its movement, is definitely something to be witnessed here on the side of Zero here as well. And you can definitely see it's coming back here for Game 2, Saf.
Yes, I love this team comp, actually. I think with the Dreadringer, that also makes it all the more fun. You obviously have the two consistent picks with the shot and the pencil. But I like that the other two weapons are kind of a free play for the folks on 21, and they choose to do it. And a Dread Ringer. Wow, what an incredible opening there. That was a lot of bloodshed happening on the field. But still, that's going to not waste any time for 21 to maintain the zone in their favor here. Even with Inkjet coming out, there's no fear. No one's afraid.
No one is afraid indeed, and that's just simply due to confidence here. The first game right there just kind of demonstrated, hey, we can contest you in fights here. Even if we're not going to be able to kill you, we can stall for enough time right now, and that's exactly what they're playing at right here. But Blueberry making a brave play, going all the way onto zone, bravely able to cap it, swapping it around. Absolute insane flank there to be able to cap the zone and buy time for their team, Saf. But this is definitely a difficult situation to be if you are Poor Judgment.
Yeah, I didn't realize that the decaf had that type of sauce, so that's taking notes as we speak mentally. Shout out to Blueberry here for, again, wasting no time to try to not only paint the zone, but also trying to go in and maybe fight a little bit, playing more supportive, quite honestly here, but that's working out so far in the favor of Poor Judgment because no penalty to be had in sight. The crab tank is out, actually, to try to provide a little bit of coverage and displacement here. But 421 following up with Booney, no fear, there goes 428. Oh my god, I missed 7 numbers because they just found themselves in a triple splat situation.
Oh my god. It's hard to keep track of numbers when all that's happening is just go, 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 action, action, dually squelcher dodge rolls, and just everything in the kitchen sink, Saf. Just, there's so much splat action right now that it's very difficult to keep track of it, but something I can keep track of is the scoreboard right now. Currently, Poor Judgment is on the back foot right now, being stuck all the way back in spawn, while the penalty is going to be eaten out for 21 here.
Yeah, no more penalty for 21. Still, like, 2.5 minutes left to go. But still, like, the offense being the best defense here for 21 is being proven time and time again because they're wasting no time. They're also very calculated on the movement of the folks of Poor Judgment here. That's already 2 seconds left to go, and already that's almost, it feels like a 100 to 0 for 21.
100 to 0, 21. There's too many numbers to keep track of, as I said earlier. But one thing I can definitely say that is for certain, it is 2-0 in the favor of 21 Civ. And now this is match point right here. They've been playing confidently, getting these good picks, finding ways to shut out Poor Judgment from and just utterly stopping anything that they can potentially start here. Just anytime I see a special come out from them, it is immediately countered. I saw the jetpack come out, and that jetpack, it only flew for only a couple of seconds right there, and I just immediately thought of just like, wow, they are on top of these specials and aware that these specials are going to be used to push back in. So let's stop it before it has a chance to get anything started, Saf.
Well, the other thing too, 21 has some of the most incredible team play that I've seen in a while. And I feel like I've been commentating for quite a while at this point, and the amount of like risk assessment that 21 is able to do and moving in and working together has been really impressive to watch. And one play I really want to call out is in those final unit point seconds when the folks of 21 were collapsing in onto the opening, the mouth of of Umami of the side of Poor Judgment. You could see that there were 2 folks on Poor Judgment. One person launched the inkjet, the other person was jumping in, and then there was someone else moving forward. And Booney, I want to say it was Booney and 428. Huge risk assessment because 428 came in from the mouth. Booney jumped in from a platform and went in and flanked from the side. And they were able to take out all 3 players right then and there before anything could happen. And that type of coordination is it's a skill. It's a skill that you need to develop, and it's something for some people that comes really naturally. And I'm a big proponent of synergy. And let me tell you, 21 has synergy, has some crazy synergy.
Synergy indeed here, and that's definitely going to be showing strong here. But ooh, we see some weapon swaps here. The dually sculptures are put away here. That's actually not a bad choice because you're going to be playing Splash instead to have not only burst bomb ship but a crab tank as well to help propel your pushes here. So let's see how they're able to convert this new weapon pick into potential success here, Saf.
Yeah, and I appreciate that the dually sculptures are going away, although it was really fun for us in the first little bits there to watch Zero kind of do what they do best on their flanking point. Not you can't flank with the splash though. However, with the special difference, you definitely want to be a little more calculated with how you want to use your crab tank here. But already with opening statements being made, that's 2 folks going down on the side of poor Judgment. The members of 21 are already collapsing in and working together to make sure that nobody, no stone left unturned, if you will, and first checkpoint is going to topple.
First checkpoint is going to topple in hardly a minute here. Really impressive stuff here. Already saying ready, set, go. Oh, Blueberry seeing a potential jump to get here as well. But, oh, just barely glazing the top of the head there, but still going to get it anyway here. Decaf is gaming here.
Yeah, Booney really had no leg to stand on with that jump in there, and you could tell that Mir was trying to help. They were trying to do their best to get some chip in there, but it's not going to be quite enough. Blueberry, though, has enough. They've had enough, Neptune. That's 2 members going down, opening the gateway for the first checkpoint to topple for the folks on Poor Judgment.
Oh my goodness, setting up that bubble that inside that choke point before the first checkpoint is out is actually insane right here. Blueberry has had enough, as you said here before, and it's going to need a suction bomb to unfortunately take them down here as well. But hey, we're check for check. If both these teams are going to try and gather resources to try and fight through mid right now. But wait, they're bouncing away from mid all the way down here. That is some cooler interaction that I love to see.
Yeah, I love when the environment is like, let's actually put it down here. I don't think that's a good spot. I think we're gonna amend that and put this down below. But this is it. This is huge, Neptune. That's 3 folks going down on the side of 21. The lead now being taken. The Reef Slider is going to come out and try to provide a little bit of coverage, and it's going to do just enough with a little bit of poking from Zero on that crab tank to take the Rainmaker out and stop it in his tracks at the 38. And remember, like we said earlier, most of the points in this game mode is in this straightaway right here. So getting it down to the 38 mark is huge. However, no lead, especially on this map mode, no lead is safe.
No lead is safe indeed, and definitely a lot of specials were burnt to be able to make that push. It was in the moment in the making here, but oh, being grabbed here just for a few extra points, that could be the difference maker. Blueberry consistently going to that choke point to push forward. Had enough here every time. I don't know what's Blueberry, the ice cream, the muffins, but it is certainly that Rainmaker going forward and that points picking up there, so.
I appreciate them staking their claim and saying that Blueberry is the flavor. That's the flavor of the month, it's the flavor of the day, it's the flavor for February low ink in this Valentine's weekend. The flavor is Blueberry. But anyways, 2 specials, 1 per team online here. You can see that the team fight now being initiated for the folks of 21. They want to try to clear the space, maybe get that inkjet out of there as well. Honestly, they gotta be watching out for Blueberry now at this point. They gotta be watching out for where that decaf is going to try to rear its head and see what kind of damage that they can cause here. But with the hammer, or no, that's not a hammer. With Nier coming out and rounding the corner, that's going to be down to the 30 mark there. And with Zero on the crab tank, that's an immense amount of coverage that they have for someone else to pick it up. But they are just going to ride the crab tank out and run it forward themselves. But it's not going to be quite enough. This is a 1-point difference, and using the Reef Slider to try to pop that Rainmaker to get it open is going to be massive here. But again, maintaining the space, trying to maintain the space and not let the Rainmaker shield pop and hurt you. But down 3 points now. That puts 21 in the lead, just barely.
Not just the lead stop, but a beautiful start coming out from Zero here. Ready, set, dunk, and dive here. That just ends the game immediately. They were so shocked from that initial push and trying to find a way to get into mid. They were thinking 3 steps ahead, but the one that was 3 steps ahead was Zero.
They didn't know. They didn't know. They all jumped forward and they were like, okay, great, let's regroup. And Zero was like, hey. Again, Zero finds themselves in the trenches of Poor Judgment. They sat and they waited and nobody saw them. Nobody saw them. And luckily, I'm so glad that Inky did. I'm so glad that Inky, our incredible streamer, was like, hey, what's going on over here? This person's still here. And it was just enough for Zero to be like, alright, well, there's nobody standing in my way now, so I'm just gonna go ahead and do what I do best, and that's hide in the trenches! Look at that!
Oh my goodness. That is just amazing. Just amazing awareness, and recognizing the game state is something that players develop over time, and you can definitely tell Zero is seasoned and a veteran in situations like this, and basically read the minds of poor Judgment there. Whether that's an allegory for something else, that I'll let you guys decide there, but it was incredible that led them to take that set win there.
Yeah, and it's like, in a way, it's like, did they know? Like, they knew that everybody was there. I feel that every player on 21 was called out by poor Judgment, but it's like, oh my gosh, just the patience that you need to just wait that out. And Zero did just that. They were like, okay, if I just play my cards right here, and I just... Oh my gosh, wait. Look at the top... StarZ Impact taking a 2-0 over Rewind? Again, can we... That's incredible. That's incredible. Remember, Rewind is the #2 seed in this tournament, okay? It's important that you guys know this. It's really important to me that you know that, okay? Because StarZ Impact is seed 27.
Seed 27.
They 2-0'd over Rewind. They 2-0'd over Rewind. That's crazy.
Oh my goodness. I love a good underdog story, and something that this is something I've just put into my books right here. If there's a tournament, there is an upset. There is a way for you to come out on top, and seeds can just at some point just not matter, right? As long as you play your best and show you're here to win it all, that is definitely something that can be showcased here to not only yourselves as players, but to the mass audience as a whole. So gotta give it up for StarZ to be able to go all the way here. But let's also preview the losers bracket here. I'm looking at a couple of oh wait. It's all good. Inky consistently doing just a fantastic job right here as well, showing these brackets. And I gotta give it up for the production team of IPL, consistently being able to output not only these quality matches, but get these replays here as well. Gotta give them a huge shout out as well. So, Seth, I don't know. I'm going through the motions here. This is Lowing, this is Upset City, and we're gonna have an even crazier set with winners finals coming up here.
Yeah, I mean, this is... I'm once again flabbergasted. I am once again flabbergasted by the folks coming in to this alpha bracket today, because now that 21 is moving on to the finals round, poor Judgment gets knocked down into the losers bracket, which you guys got to see the graphic for that just a little bit ago. Poor Judgment now being knocked down into the losers bracket. Popgun Fan Club is still in it. Celestial is still in it. I did not see the other side of the bracket. However, those are the folks that are going to try to run their way through the gauntlet to see if they can punch into grand finals. Yes, so Popgun Fan Club and Celestial going head-to-head next. You have Serpentine and Coral Convergence going head-to-head in the round 3 and looking to try to see if they can take a stand against poor Judgment. So again, when you get knocked out into losers, you're down, but you're not out. Like, you have another opportunity to try to make it up and push your way back into the final spot.
Yep, for sure. You get 2 chances, right, Seth?
Yes, you get a couple of chances. So, Neptune, you've won Low Ink before, is that correct?
No, actually. It was a pipe dream, and then CCals got banned. Oops. Speaking of...
Well... My question for you is, do you find that when you find yourselves in the losers bracket side of things and you want to try to fight your way back up to the winner side of the bracket, do you find that tends to be more of a challenge than if you just cruise your way through the winner bracket?
I mean, there's definitely a, how do I say it? Ooh, wait, just how do I describe it? Just a way forward if you're running on the loser side. Yeah, sure, you might have lost that game, but you might have learned something about not only the team you're facing, right? You might meet them on the side of grand and finals if you make that run the way through, but you're also learning more about your team as well. And you have to just go with the motions, take that momentum, and push that into the losers bracket to be able to make a run here. And oftentimes you see this like in double elimination tourneys where the team that comes from losers finals, they're hot, they're ready, while the side on winners, maybe they might have like a warm-up scrim or something like on the side here just to keep them there. But typically speaking, losers finals, like whoever comes out on top of that, they have that momentum. The ball is in their court and they are just ready to rumble, is what I like to call it here. And that's typically the Sea Cow's way. But one more message for you, Saf, specifically. I have a message from Minnie from Sea Cows, just directed at you. And she says, quote, "Hi," end quote.
Hi, Minnie! Oh my god. Big, I'm a big fat Sea Cows fan, okay? And Big Fat Sea Cows knows this about me. Because I root for them every time I see them in a tournament. But anyways, we're going to be taking a short break before Alpha Bracket continues. We need to have those other matches get wrapped up before we can move on ahead. So don't go anywhere. Maybe get a snack. Maybe use the bathroom. Get a drink of water. Stay hydrated. Or perhaps even just stand up. Just stand up. It's good to get your steps in. Don't sit for too long. But we will be right back. Alpha Bracket will be continuing soon.
and welcome back to Alpha Bracket Winners Finals here. We went through the first 3 rounds seeing heartbreaking games, intense games, so many different types of games, and we are here on the finals stage on the winners side of Alpha Bracket. My name is Neptune, and I'm not alone in this endeavor.
Okay, listen.
I'm listening.
I was not on the right microphone input. So I hope I can be heard better now and that it's not as scuffed anymore. My name is Saf, here with Neptune again, hoping that you can hear my voice a little bit more clear and my analyses a little bit better. Thank you so much. Have a nice day. No, anyways, StarZ Impact and 21. 21 coming back to the forefront. We already commented on how incredible their gameplay and team play is together. StarZ Impact. Quite honestly, I am in agreement with you, Neptune. StarZ Impact is the underdog, I feel like, in this alpha bracket today. This is very interesting behavior coming from them. As I already said before, their group stage in Swiss was like, they only had one instance where they went 0-3, and it was against Celestial. Celestial being on the bottom side of the losers bracket, currently trying to fight their way back in to the top side on the winner side of things. But they had a little bit of a difficult run yesterday. Definitely found some easy wins for sure, but had a little bit of a hard time, an impact, if you will, making it this far now in the finals section, going against 21. I think StarZ Impact is going to have a rough go against 21, just based on the last gameplay that we got to see and what we got to see earlier. But you know what? We were seeing StarZ Impact as they were warming up. Like, that was at the very beginning of the tournament. This could be a totally different story now. And especially because in the winner's side of things, they went 2-1, 2-1, and 3-0 against Rewind. Which, going 3-0 against Rewind, oh my goodness, there's a lot to say about that.
There is a lot to say about that. Being able to just, how do I say it, shut down a team that was looking really hot and having just their gameplay just be on the top of their game, doing such great team plays, showing off their mechanics and their game sense right there, only to be upset by the underdogs that is StarZ Impact right here. That is definitely something you got to write home about if you are on StarZ Impact here. But I do want to highlight 21 in here specifically, because their day 1 run was absolutely incredible. 6-0 with only 1 game dropped in the group stage here. And on day 2 in the bracket here, they have yet to drop a game. They have a clean record on day 2 here, and they are ready to showcase why they have that clean record with the winners finals about to be starting up here.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just based on what we got to see last game, it's very clear to me why they've had such a clean record today, because again, it's really hard to try to topple good team play. And another thing that comes down to really good team play is communication. And so one can only assume that 21's communication is absolutely stellar, and I'd like to think that maybe a lot, because a lot of times when people do call outs, a lot of times like no location is the same.
Yep.
And you're just kind of like, okay, I have to infer what you mean by this plat specifically. I have to kind of infer what you mean sometimes. And so that to me makes me wonder is like, has 21 developed the coordination and communication to where everything is consistent across all the members? Do all the members understand what Booney says when they're like, I'm on this piece of the tower? You know what I mean? So it's like, there has to be a universal understanding of what I'm calling out and what I'm trying to describe to you. But again, it also comes down to that synergy, because it's like, okay, how do the members of 21 react when we're calling out players? When we know where people are they a threat? It's that risk assessment, right? Mm-hmm. And so I think coming into this fight with StarZ Impact, who have had a harder time fighting their way into the spot that they're in now, I'm just wondering what kind of notes are going to be taken here. What are the keys to success for StarZ Impact to see if they can swipe a win off of 21? Or is 21 just going to do what they do best and just steamroll all the way through? I mean, who's to say?
Who's to say as well? I gotta give a little bit of an extra comment here from like the callouts being synchronized, right? You were talking about this earlier, and like, is everyone on the same page when someone says a callout here? This reminds me of Sea Cows and how we call the bottom right ledge, like that's typically called freezer, and like that's the standard callout. We just call it Costco, okay? It's a fun, cute nickname. It's really quick and sweet, and just these teams, right? Like they have to build that up. Right, you know, not everyone's gonna know what Costco means in Splatoon 3 unless you played for a long time with the same people and you establish that across the board. But I digress. Game number 1, Clan Blitz Scorecard. StarZ is going to be on the other side here in that bright purple. We have 21 here in that orange. Let's get started here, Saf.
And I love it. Zero's already coming out with those dually squelchers, and I already know what that means. I'm smiling ear to ear right now.
Oh yeah, for sure. Ear to ear, because not only something I caught on with the dually sculpture specifically, but they have opening gambit here. So they are taking that gambit, staying confidently, moving up with the dually sculptures. I do think they got the pick right there, so they're going to continue their momentum there that they had from the other game and transfer it to this set here as well. But being caught up by the suction bump and the reef slider, leading to so many picks right here. This is absolutely insane if you're on the side of 21 here.
Yeah, that was a really good follow-up coming out from the folks of StarZ Impact, because I think that reef slider could have done a lot more damage than what was led on in that little bit. But I gotta appreciate what Illumi was cooking with there on that heavy edit. You gotta be playing to your range. You gotta be backing up where it's applicable. And I mean, the stars are definitely making an impact here, because that first basket pop is going to StarZ.
Oh yeah, first pop going to StarZ right here, just going all the way to this basket right here, setting up on this ramp here, extending it with the plays right here, the rich get richer situation as JoJo tried to get an extra pick here, but squeakily jumping out right there, hotkeying that jump out button right there, just to stay alive and ready to fight once again right here. Gotta commend it here, Saf.
Yeah, and I appreciated Zero doing what they do best. They're sharking on the top, they're kind of assessing what needs to happen next here. Almost taking 428 out of that reef slider and escaping quickly, as they did not find the value that they were looking for. But taking Illumi out, I think Near doing that and taking Illumi out is going to be huge, because that's going to topple the offense immediately. That's 2 members going down. Booney finding comfort on the pillow section here in the front of trying to get into that basket. Follow up from 428 as well. I mean, just people are kind of staggering in and out of being taken out of the fight here. And there is a power claim in possession of the folks of 21. But Zero getting taken out before it can be thrown. And especially now finding themselves in a 2-down scenario. I think that again, that's going to be a huge stop for the folks of StarZ Impact.
Definitely great defense on the side of StarZ right there. They recognized what was happening and they immediately dealt with it in a clean and timely fashion right there, separating the members, getting the picks, and now they're going to be pushing mid right here, catching out the dually sculptures right here. We saw Zero and how confident they are on the dually sculptures, but like what they're doing before is just being dealt with and being shot down. I imagine perhaps one of the members was watching stream, they saw, yo, we gotta watch out for those dually sculptures, and that is exactly what is being applied to yourself.
Yeah, and wasting no time of getting the basket popped in too. This is a huge difference we're seeing from StarZ Impact from earlier in the games today. Illumi already having a power clam in their possession. Nobody to jump to, though, unfortunately. So it's going to have to be put down and put to rest for now, as the folks of 21 are rapidly approaching that basket area, looking in to see if they can take the team fight here, and try to create some sort of opening. But I gotta, again, Illumi is doing an excellent job of playing to their strength and not pushing themselves too far forward. They don't want to overextend. They want to try to defend the basket as best as possible, narrowly escaping out of harm's way, but the reef slider is going to initiate the wipeout.
Yeah, that was beautiful right there. Playing off the chip damage, the AoE from Trizuka, and followed up with the AoE of the reef slider, the outer hitbox, the one that's the hitbox that doesn't one-shot right there, to enable a triple kill into a wipeout in this. It just unleashes their potential to score clams right here and swap that lead. An explosive push from 21 here.
Yeah, and it's not going to end there, Neptune. They still have the follow-up, like what we were seeing in that Clams Scorch game earlier, just trying to keep the basket open and prolong the close for as long as possible. But now that we're rounding the last minute of the game here, an incredible lead to be had by the folks over on 21. But StarZ Impact that's not going to let them be deterred, right? Like, that's still plenty of time for them to try to follow up and make up the distance. And especially with 3 specials online, can they do a similar tactic? Can they just keep the basket open for as long as possible while also maintaining the fight?
Oh my goodness, yeah, definitely, it is definitely doable, but it's looking kind of bleak right now, especially with these specials being traded out right here. 30 seconds are on the clock right here. You need to get the picks. You do get 2 down right here, but they are cooler. They're coming back fast right now. You need to collect a clam economy here as well. It's not worth pushing up here unless you have a power clam, but we do have a reef slider ready from 4-2-8 and just immediately popping it to get that pick and hold it. However, the other members in mid are being contested here, and you still don't have a power clam on board. You need to form one soon. I do not think they have a pity right now. Oh wait, they do! Okay, they are going to be able to continue this one and see if they can push this back here.
Yeah, going back into overtime now, the pity on their side, but that's losing 2 members and losing another down in the team fight there. They did have to touch that pity just for a second, but now that leaves the pity vulnerable to exploding, but Nier is going to say, you know what, let's just end it right here. That's game 1 going to 21.
Very, very strong, what was it? Win for 21 right here. Just being able to recognize what wasn't working mid-game and why they weren't getting the pushes they needed to absolutely dominating in that one push that they got. Just scoring so many clams, getting so many picks. The wipeout there was so strong, and the picks continued right there. It was a sight to behold, Saf.
I really appreciate the special trade out from the Reef Slider to Trizuka ratio. They just kind of zoomed in. That was 428 zooming in on the Reef Slider to just completely demolish and topple the Trizuka from finding any value. Which I feel was a very, very good trade and actually in 428's favor, ultimately in 21's favor. Because the Trizuka, as we know, can really just cause so much damage. There's so much cause for concern, especially if you have someone that can wield it very well. And so that was a very advantageous strategy for just burning your special to just take out something that could find a little bit more value there. So again, a very good assessment of the risk of like what could have happened if we just kind of let that Trizuka run its course and have all 3 of its shots.
Yeah, for sure.
Moving into splat zones on Mahi Mahi, which we haven't seen yet today. This is new territory for us today. And I want to say StarZ Impact, I believe when we watched them earlier, won on the splat zones game. So I'm wondering if splat zones is a bit of a better time for them.
Maybe
versus the other ones.
It could be. It could go either way because I feel like zones Mahi, it's very different from the other splat zones map because typically I think of like Mako Mart zones where like both teams already know what they need to do from the get-go and just establish their game plan and while denying the enemy team's game plan. While with Mahi, right, the map shifts after enough points are ticked down on that zone here as well. And it opens up, there's a lot more room to move around, maneuver, set up your specials, and that's when it gets interesting in my opinion. But we are going to be getting into this. Game number 2, Splat Zones Mahi Mahi is coming up online. Let's see how this will shake up here.
I don't anticipate really any changes. Okay, yeah, so Zero is going to opt to stay on those Squelchies. Gotta appreciate that. And not really any changes coming out from the folks over on StarZ Impact. Although was Jojo playing Custom Blaster last time? I don't think they were.
I think they were. I don't count me on that, but it is out here and ready to rock and roll here. Already 2 picks down here is absolutely incredible on the side of StarZ here. Getting a good setup situation for their AoE weapons is definitely something you want to see across the board right here. But now this is giving some time for 21 to potentially set up and find that zone here. But Zuka for Zuka, and one gets a trade out here, and leading into a wipeout. Incredible gaming from the side of StarZ.
See, that's why 428 Reef slid into the Zuka player on StarZ. That's why they did, because they were like, you don't want to let them do that. Because that was 2 picks with 2 of their shots right off the bat. Already down to the 43 mark. The map is now changing. The water level is now changing for us here already. We're still within the first minute.
Only first minute right here, but it's already a bloodbath here. We see Zero taking this fight here, finishing up that fight beautifully. Jojo forced to jump out here. This is just confidence oozing from the side of 21 here.
Yeah, you gotta really put respect on the Dooley Squelchers today. After the gameplay we're seeing from Zero, they should release a video on how they do what they do. I mean. Because the flanking potential that they've had today is just absolutely insane. But now with the zone being in possession of the folks of StarZ Impact, you can see the team fight is now being initiated here, but the folks of 21 are struggling to try and make it out of the zone here, or make it out of their spawning area. Because as soon as they take one down and think that they find safe passage, it's immediately shut down by somebody else on the side of StarZ Impact. But with throwing, you gotta love the Wavebreaker throw right there, because as soon as the zone was able to flip, they were like, all right, Wavebreaker is safe. Wavebreaker's safe to utilize.
Oh my gosh, I love the go my Wavebreaker. Just every single opportunity you go in after tossing Wavebreaker, it is a sight to behold, because I see a lot of players use it as kind of like a mini bubbler, right? Where they hide behind the Wavebreaker and chip behind here, and that's exactly what Zero's trying to accomplish here. But this is a very interesting scenario where both teams are just kind of neutralizing the zone in time, where the lead isn't necessarily swapping, but progress is being made slowly but surely as these picks are coming out right here. Zero kicking up that 1 kill, 2nd kill, looking for that 3rd right there. Does manage to snag it through. Dooley Squelchers all the way through.
Oh, I love that. Oh my goodness. You gotta be watching out for it, because again, like, not only does Zero have a little bit of the range on their side, but they have so much maneuverability that you gotta watch out for. And here's 428 following up on the side. That's the lead switch happening in favor of 21. However, Cooler is now being initiated on the side of StarZ Impact, and you have Illumi, who is so gracious in playing to their range and their strengths of the weapon that they use, and immediately that is the zone flipping back into favor of StarZ Impact.
Definitely. Now, the lead is swapped right here, but there's still quite a bit of time here to play. It's definitely a strange situation to be in if you're StarZ, because like you've seen this Dooley Squelchers, you know what to do and how to deal with them. It's just, can you do it at the right time? But here, you're just using your specials here to hopefully burn out enough time here to get that lead right here. Oh, but the Reef Slider gets shut down. One of the main tools that swaps that zone right here is going to be shut down. The lead is swapped right here. 2 members are down here, so potentially there is going to be a rush for this zone coming out right here. You see bombs, you see pencil shots, you see the sloshes coming out, the Wavebreaker too. They do manage to flip here, still hanging in here, Saf.
Yeah, and you gotta appreciate the setup from Atoria on top there with the Trizuka. Again, that's the person. That's the person you don't want to allow to run free with their Trizuka. They've caused a lot of damage for the folks of 21 and have really put a thorn in their sides for taking down members that don't want to be out of the fight just yet. But there's Near doing a tap shot there onto Crater. That's going to be the Slosher being taken out of the fight. That's a second person being out of the fight. That's Illumi actually being taken out of the fight, which is also huge. 3 members now going down for StarZ Impact, and that is the zone going back into favor of 21. Now listen, I feel like StarZ Impact can rapidly take the zone back within an instant. It feels like the folks on 21 have a little bit more of an uphill battle, not just in points, but also in maneuverability and tactics for taking the zone back into possession. But now if they can eliminate that penalty and taking down Atoria, that is a Trizuka that is now out of the fight and out of the play there. And you can see that 428 followed up with the Reef Slider. This is huge! This is huge! That's 21 staggering the specials and still staying in the fight again.
I gotta commend that here, because what was it? I believe it was Crater, right? Who was on that slosher was like, okay, charge strikes, cap zone, GG, right? That's typically the protocol here, but popping the reef slider while the strikes were going on, and while you're riding that reef slider, you are invincible until you end. So they rid out the reef slider for just enough time to survive the strikes that were happening on zone, to explode and hold the zone in place for that lead to swap. That is insane.
Yeah, that is actually so wonderful. See, again, I think it's that team assessment, right? 21 just has, I feel it as individuals, to me, it seems like StarZ Impact has very strong individuals, and when they go in on individual fights, they have the advantage for sure. However, 21 has the team fight advantage. They have the team fight advantage. They're able to work together very well when it comes down to it. And I think they were able to assess right away. They were like, we know the players that need to get taken out. And in my eyes, from outside looking in, to me, that's a Toria and that's a Lumi.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the two people. And you know what? Crater too. And not to say that JoJo's not doing a great job, because they are. But to me, it seems like they have assessed who the people that can cause the most damage that need to be taken away. And that's the Trizuka, and that's the person that plays to their range and also initiates the cooler. So a Toria and a Lumi are the people that you want to keep out of the game for as long as you can. And it seems like that assessment was done really quick in the heat of battle. And so, and the team assessment to me is where the advantage is going to really come into play and be more successful.
Yeah, for sure. Just assessing who is the threat at this immediate point in time and figuring out how you're going to deal with this, and then immediately once you deal with that threat, okay, what's next here, right? There is a checklist of items that is being constantly generated and being called out here. Just situations, when they happen, here's how we deal with it. And if we can, we will be able to win the game and be able to take it all the way there. If we can't, then they will just walk all over us here. And that's how StarZ is being able to stay in this and competitive here. They recognize what are the priorities here. The checklist is getting ticked off here. What they need to do. Let's see if they can translate that into a win on tower control here.
Oh my gosh. Back again to old, reliable Inkbot tower control, hitting the books once again. Maybe some of us are on the weekend, but some of us are definitely doing homework right now. I don't know. I haven't been in school in a while. But anyways, making up the midsection here, that's a Toria coming in to try to take the fight. Oh my gosh, actually breaking through before Zero can do it. However, that's a trade between them and 428, so not too big of an impact there.
Not too big of an impact there, but getting another pick here on the side of 21 here is pretty solid here, because not only are the other members are going to be staying alive here, you're going to get that passive special charge from the tower to start a push of your own here. We already see it coming out here with the strikes. The Gal is up in the bats right here, looking for an opportunity to extend right here, smartly throwing their wall over the wave breaker, knowing it was going to break after that, and now that is just, oh my goodness, this 52. Keep slow down! I can't keep up! Oh my goodness, how many souls do you have to reap with that 52?
Dude, what was I saying? You have to take out the threat, and Toria in this moment is the threat, and they were last time as well. This is a huge shift for StarZ Impact on this one, because they were immediately able to topple the folks that were coming in and trying to fight on 21, and already down to the 1 point mark. That puts them at a huge disadvantage, because now 21 just has to win the game.
Yep, you have to knock out here. Now, there's situations where it's a near knockout situation, and now it is actually a knockout situation. So if you're 21 here, you're gonna have to use all the time you have to figure out a way forward, break through these checkpoints, get all the way to the end here, and it's going to be a monumental task, especially with how much damage each of the players on StarZ is able to do.
Yeah, I mean, my goodness, like the folks on StarZ like just completely toppled and steamrolled into that one last final point here. But are we going to see maybe a little bit of a reverse of that? Because that's the first checkpoint going down right away for the folks of 21. However, they already have lost 2 members, and so that can make it kind of challenging to really do much else with that. Look at Booney trying to push Atoria into a corner, and Atoria was like, you've fallen into my trap, because that means I'm going to set all sights of Killer Whale onto you.
For sure. Gal, when it has all its killer whales on you, it can be so difficult to contest right here. But hey, StarZ is finding out exactly what positions they need to take right here, but unfortunately left the left side open right there, giving an opportunity for them to be able to potentially push up right here. However, the tower, it's just not getting the momentum. They're not getting the special charge. They're not getting the numbers, the advantage that they need here. Instead, they're being sloshed out, spaced out, walled by this Gal right here, and they're just happy to sit here and look for another opportunity to go back in here, Sal.
Yeah, and I appreciate this Crater and Atoria team up that we're seeing on this left-hand side here, because that is creating a lot of space for folks to try to push forward. Illumi, though, getting called out by the Trizuka, an unfortunate blunder by them, but that's going to be Crater following up and taking out the onslaught of the Trizuka away from the equation. But still, look at that. Crater is also somebody that we've been seeing time and time again using the Slosher to try to take the high ground, but 21 is so quick to shut that down, which is going to be really advantageous for them. That's 4-2-8, taking 2 different splats under their belt, one with a lot of chipping damage from their Dreadringer, but also with the Suction Bomb. Now trying to topple the second checkpoint. Are they gonna try to push through this? I mean...
Okay, yeah, definitely. And they're definitely going to try and push through this. Getting that wipeout right there. Beautifully done here. Shutting down the members. They saw how they laid it out, and they punished that accordingly right here. You're just going to have Nier on this tower, hoping to ride it out towards the end here. Reef Slider gets popped. That Tri-Slosher coming out here, moving up here. It's a fight for this tower. A brawl, if you will. 2 points here. It's not enough to finish it, Saf.
No way, but they got to call out Booney. Okay, that's okay. Booney... That could have been interesting. If Booney had bided their time and waited a little bit, that could have been interesting, allowing for people to have safe passage to jump in. Down to the 2! So not impossible! A challenge, but not impossible.
Oh man, a challenge, a mountain to climb. There is a way, but it's going to be very difficult. You're going to be having your backs put against the wall, 2 of your members shut out. You have the strikes being popped here as the other members of StarZ are working their way forward. That pencil can only go so far. Zero is coming hot off spawn right here. They need to make something happen. Going off that flank right here, and just, oh my goodness, just the last minute here to be able to do anything. They can't, and just... Oh my goodness, Saf, like, that was a game. That was such an incredible game.
That's incredible. That's incredible, because you could tell that StarZ Impact was like, yes, got it down to the 1. This is a huge uphill fight for 21 to try to even get close to what we're trying to do, because they have to beat us. We have to put them into, and they did it early, which you got to commend. They did it early. They had to put them in the situation of where you need to beat us now in order to take the whole thing. And so, I mean, that was nail in the coffin for StarZ Impact. Because 21, but still a little spooky, right? Because 21 was like, we can do that. We can do that, and we can get very close, and especially look at this game from Atoria. What have I been saying? This is the one that you got to be watching out for. That's where it's got to be really scary. And you know what? The other, I think, like, not a misstep per se, but I feel like if that wipeout had come just a few unit points closer to the goal, I feel like we would have seen something a little bit different, because the folks of StarZ Impact, having that cooler on their side, were immediately on them. They were on them immediately. They got to jump down. They had the high ground to their advantage too, jumping down and getting on the tower and preventing that push from causing any more damage. However, StarZ Impact is still in it. They're still in it, baby. And like that's what matters to me going into Cravley Capital on Rainmaker.
Yeah, for sure. This is a huge moment for StarZ Impact right here, because you have this Goliath of a team in 21 here who is nearly flawless in this bracket right here until you prove them wrong. You pushed that tower all the way down to 1 right there. You did seesaw a little bit right there, got really close, but you respawned in time, you dived the tower as you were talking about before, and you were able to hold that lead that was oh so precious that you got at the beginning of the game right here, and you played defense in just the right time at the right moment to be able to hold that there, and it was just discipline rest of the way right here. I swear this. I don't think this is low ink anymore. I think this is at least mid-level ink.
This isn't low ink. This is mid ink, and not mid in the sense that like, oh, that's mid. It's like, no, this is this is some big brain Splatoon gameplay that we're observing here today. Okay, so on Crab Leg, the only change we're seeing from 21 is 0 going back to that splash pick, which we have seen them come pick before. Actually, it seems to me that this is their Rainmaker weapon, because we did also see this on Humpback Rainmaker as well. So they opt to choose the Crab Tank and Splash as their point of contact for Rainmaker. No changes on the side of StarZ Impact. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And with opening statements being made, that's going to be StarZ Impact getting the first couple of points on the board there, but not for very long, as you already can see the rain coming down of Splat Bombs.
Oh my goodness, yeah, definitely. The Rainmaker is getting dangerously close to that checkpoint right here, but the other members are able to contest it for just enough time. Zuka coming right out at the 11th hour to be able to shut it down here. What I say is, if there's a Zuka, there is a way forward here, and that is exactly what it happened right here. Popping it at just that time to stop that checkpoint and enable your teammates to move forward. Set up this crab right here is going to be huge for starting this push, Saf.
Yeah, and I appreciate Nier kind of biding their time and keeping a really watchful eye on what's going on that top corner there. The last player being called out on the side of StarZ Impact. That allows safe passage for Nier to get in on that first checkpoint there. It's a straight shot from here, but when you have somebody that's so good at playing at their maximum range, it could be quite the challenge to try to get anywhere further.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I can commend this Headed right here. They are playing great City with this map here. And this is typically seen as the Splatling map. Sure, there are your pencil players right here, but if there is a Splatling that can take advantage of it, running all across there, shutting down the members that are trying to cross as well. But oh, this pencil right here, also doing the picks as necessary right here. But sneakily getting that checkpoint on the left here, that opens it up for, how do I say it? For StarZ to be able to go forward here, Saf.
Yeah, and I appreciate again that was Atoria doing that risk assessment and being like, hey, you know what? The right-hand side ain't it. That ain't happening, and we gotta do something here, so let's just go ahead and try to get what we can going on to that left-hand side, which is a lot more dangerous for sure. But we're gonna assess that risk and we're gonna take it anyways. Oh, that is huge. That's Booney going down to the killer whale once again by Atoria there after death. Luke trying to follow up and get closer onto the grates there, but not really finding any value, and it looks like maybe they kind of went out a little bit earlier than intended. And okay, Jojo, I didn't know you had sauce like that. Dang.
Listen, listen, when there is a JoJo, there is always some sauce right here. I don't know if you've watched any JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, but they are on a bizarre adventure themselves, looking to get some picks here, along with their teammates right here. Atoria using the walk so creatively to sandwich themselves between it and to stop any bullets from being able to get to them. That might have been the time that is necessary to be able to get this push started here. You see the bombs, you see the Zuka, you get the lead here, but now it's an opportunity to potentially extend it further. You have everyone playing defense right here. You have the Trenzel shots, you have the Reef Slider, all the resources in the kitchen sink were tossed at that Rainmaker here.
I love that Illumi just took a few steps forward to get lead and then immediately took steps backwards to be like, okay, we can get this, but it's not the time to push forward. And granted, they didn't really burn that many seconds off the clock, but I just appreciate that really quick. You know what? I'm just gonna take lead here real fast. Let's just put ourselves in the upper hand position. And then we'll try to figure out the rest later.
Oh yeah, for sure. Just great game sense, recognizing, hey, if we get lead now and not anyone's going to be able to make too much progress, because we're playing a really good job of defense here. And they think they can definitely do that here as well, as Crab Lake is definitely a very difficult map to be able to move up on, especially when you have to cross grates to be able to get significant point output being out to the top right area. But definitely gotta commend this here. But now it's going to be StarZ once again taking this Rainmaker. Oh, but the Zuka coming out at the time here to be able to shut it down. It's always there here with Booney.
I know when the world needed them most, Booney was in fact there. They did not vanish. They were in fact there with Trizuka and ready to go. Incredible shot from near. Wow, the reach and poke that had onto Illumi was really, really cool to see. But the Rainmaker now being in the hands of the folks of 21 once again. There's not really much of a deficit to make up here, and they can certainly do something with Crab Tank being on the follow-up. However, not when you have somebody coming in from behind again. That is the sauce from JoJo. But Zero is not going to waste any time and not have any fear in pushing that Rainmaker forward. That's down to the 6 mark with nobody contesting.
Oh my goodness, all the way down to the 6 mark here. Oh, it potentially, it gets caught out here. Not enough here. Okay, StarZ definitely has their foot, what was it, on the back foot right here. And they have to find a way to basically nearly knock it out right here. But it's going to be such a monumental task when they've been struggling the entire game. And that pencil moving up on the grates, taking this aggressive position, realizing, hey, 2 people are down. No one's going to push me, so I can push you and just tap and call it a game here. 21 taking it 3-1 here, Saf.
And you know what? I mean, that was hard to come back from. That break-in through Zero and eliminating like 30 points in one go on that straightaway, like that is tough. That's a tough one to swallow and come back from, because that meant that StarZ really had to reassess what they wanted to do. And how they wanted to approach, and they were really, quite literally starting from the bottom and trying to work their way back to the top on the other side. So, I mean, great assessment coming from 21. I mean, immaculate gameplay too on that Tower Inkblot game. I'm still kind of reeling from that one, but either way, incredible gameplay. That is the folks of 21 moving forward in the bracket. That is StarZ Impact getting, I believe they're knocked down to the loser side. They have one more chance. They have one more shot to come back up.
Yeah, for sure.
In the finals, yeah. And so Rewind, even Rewind is also still in it. They're looking to try to see if they're going to fight Poor Judgment or Serpentine later on. StarZ Impact is going to be waiting a little bit in the final spot there to try to push their way back into the grand finals spot there. I mean, wow, what an incredible run today by the folks coming out here. StarZ Impact, again, they're down, but they certainly are not out. There's still a chance for them to make it back up onto the winner side of things. But Neptune, that's it for us. Mm-hmm. We need to welcome Popgun and Fufu onto the mic, and they're going to take you through the rest of the way.
Oh my goodness, yeah. Our time is up here. It was short-lived, right? But, like, I saw some of the most insane low-end games I think I have seen in a while. And I'm someone who just peeks in the stream relatively frequently, see, oh, what's going on here? Then when I get on the mic, I just see a tower control game that nearly was knockout, that was literally decided by 1 point. It was the 1 point meme all over again. I see some Splat Zones games that come down to the wire. I see teams that are tooth and nail, pit for pat, just inches apart in terms of skill level competing out here, and it's a treat to be here, and it's especially an even bigger treat to be sharing the mic space with you.
Oh my god, you're too nice. Fine. Where are the people going to tell the people where they can find you? Plug yourself. Plug yourself.
I will plug myself here. So you can find me doing production stuff for CCA, but if you want to see me outside of CCA, I play with Sea-Cows when on their non-collegiate roster as well. I do stream to Twitch on Neptune_TV as well, and I'm on Blue Sky with Neptune-TV as well. So if you do want to see what I'm up to, you can see me there. But Saf, where can the find people find a legend such as yourself?
Well, I don't want to be found, so don't find me. Please don't find me. But if you must, I'm a host for the beautiful land that is Sea Battle, held in Seattle, Washington. I am on Blue Sky. You can find me on the ocean waters. I work on boats. You can find me in the woods looking for mushrooms. Today, you can find me printing shirts for the folks participating and running the different lands in the Land Championship Showdown, which is very fun. Shout out to Gatorland, by the way. Gatorland ran yesterday with 17 teams in Gainesville, Florida, which is pretty incredible. My Little Henlo is the first team to punch their ticket into the Land Championship Showdown. But yeah, if you want to find me on Blue Sky, that's fine. I guess that's okay. But shout out to Neptune for being my partner here on the mic. I appreciate you. We appreciate you. Shout out to Inky, our wonderful streamer today, whispering into our ears and letting us know corrections and different things that we get wrong, and also letting me know that my mic was scuffed. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Whatever time it is for you out there, morning, evening, afternoon, night, be safe. Do well. Alpha Bracket, the rest of it is coming up next. Please welcome Popgun and Fufu onto the mic. We'll see you later.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to Low Ink February 2025. I am Popgun, joined by Fufu, and we got a doozy of a set for you here today.
Oh,
here in
absolutely.
Losers. We do, yes. You started off with an absolutely. That's how we're starting this off.
Absolutely,
that in
that's
there.
exactly how we're starting this off. Listen, we had an amazing winners run that we saw not too long ago, and we saw just how close these sets were getting just from our winners run. I want to see how it's going to look when everyone in losers bracket is fired up and trying to get their spot in grand final. So I feel like these are going to be a lot more tense and all the more exciting.
That's right. Everybody battling for the chance to get 3-0'd by 21 in grand finals coming up. The two teams we're going to be seeing right now. Serpentine taking on Rewind. Serpentine has been the ultimate losers all day long. They have been playing every single match except for the winner side one that they lost in round 1. 4 straight wins in the loser side. 3 of them coming into a game 3. It's been a very stressful first couple of hours here on the Low Ink Sunday for Serpentine. They're going up against Rewind. Yes, they have the 2 next to their name. They're not actually the real number 2 seed. Don't at me with that. They're still a really strong team, though. They made Alpha Bracket in the past. They have 3 exclamation marks in their name. So make sure you rewind, doggone it, if you run into them.
They're yelling at us to rewind at this point, but we're going to have to be looking forward here as we have our maps ready for us. We're going to be starting off on Tower Control Macomart. I love this map. More so, I like Macomart. I will say it's a little more open here compared to its Splatoon's counterpart, but nonetheless, it's just... Yes, this map is good, is what I'm trying to say.
My only issue with this map is that you can somehow fall to your death in it, implying that this is on this is a grocery store that's on like a second floor of a building, which makes no sense. I'm not, because there's like holes you can fall down and die in, which you would never do in an actual grocery store, but that exists right here.
And so does it. Off the side?
Say what?
Mark. Have you fallen off the side? Question mark.
No, I never have. I would never stoop to that kind of level, but this is Low Ink. I'm sure we'll see it at some point. Is that the Octobrush Nouveau? That is the hammer. It is the ink brush with ink mine as well coming out from Ray from the side of the yellow team.
We got some rewind happening.
There we go.
Both of these teams are off to a pretty strong start. Whoa, I mean, the Serpentine more than anyone here as they're able to grab 2 on Rewind, getting themselves a nice player advantage, already getting this tower moving. They are here to speed things up and get things going. That tower is already reaching that first checkpoint, ready to make some waves. The bars are partially going down. They are having Rewind in a pickle. The tower is continuing to get it moving, leaving only the edit. Look at them go.
I was more mesmerized by that camera shot we had with the ink things, I forget the name of it, the sprinkler, just kind of floating in the middle of the space, inking nothing, as we see Serpentine just kind of bodying Rewind right here. 2 checkpoints down, going for that 3rd one. Here comes the hammer out of nowhere, finally starting to clean up some players from Serpentine. Is this push over, Fufu? I think it is.
I think it is. We are seeing more. Oh, nice. Taking the pencil out as well. Okay, the Dread is just going to casually take 2 out because that's just what Dread does. Rewind is looking to see a little more paint here on their side, looking to get themselves going as well. They are going to have to meet Serpentine in the middle here if they want to get moving, though.
So let's see here. 1:30 gone. 2.5. Well, actually, no, they didn't get past the 2nd checkpoint, but they cleared the first one. Still getting pretty much out of here. If you want to get back into this one as Rewind, you're going to need your brush to get some things done there. Obviously, you're going to be trying to get some flanks, trying to get some cheeky hammer plays. That time getting shut down, but look to see that early and often coming out from Ray, trying to get around to the back door.
We're seeing a lot of back and forth here when it comes to these picks as well. A lot of we're not seeing really points past that 70, especially here for Rewind, as Serpentine is always there to catch them, whether in the corner but it's just a lot of back and forth. We're not seeing major pushes. So we're waiting to see what is going to happen. Oh, that was an excellent pick, actually. I love pencil picks. But it looks like, yeah, no, Serpentine's going to get themselves going once more.
Did you just say you love pencil picks?
I love pencil picks. Listen, pencil's fun if you can get the picks down. I swear I'm not a pencil defender.
It sounds like you're pretty much defending it right now, or at least saying that it was entertaining to see. You know what is really entertaining to see? A really strong brush hammer play that chases out the one player was kind of going after, and now he's just kind of uh-oh.
And they're kind of dead. I don't know.
Kind of dead.
I'm just saying
kind of happened. I didn't even see the roller. How long's this roller been here? Hello. I mean, it makes sense. Mako Mart roller has been working out really strong here. They got bubbler they can pop on tower, but yeah, I didn't even realize they were using that. Maybe it's because it was so successful in the opening push and they're trying to get going yet again.
They're sneaky. Maybe that was their whole job. They're this whole like intention the entire time. Just don't let Popgun know we're here. And I think they executed that. But we are seeing some. What? Okay, we just don't get that pick. I get.
We'll meet again, Spider-Man. Okay. There we go. Samurai Ink Brush player not able to get the splat right there. But Rewind taking a stab at this first checkpoint. 3 players going down. It's just the roller left alive. Coming in from the spawn. Things looking pretty good for Rewind.
No, absolutely. This might be the snowball that they need. They're able to get the picks on each side going, but we are seeing the hammer from the brush coming in, finding a pick, still letting themselves be in spawn, almost taking out that pencil where they added, but the brush is there to take them out. But that is going to be a lead swap in the favor of Rewind. Absolutely huge. We have almost just about a minute left here in this game. I think they're going to start getting a little more tense.
1 minute left to go here. Huge lead. Now, it's not just that they got the lead, obviously that's critical, but they got a full checkpoint lead. So in order for Serpentine to get the lead back to their favor in the closing 45 seconds or so, they're going to have to wait out that entire checkpoint where they're pretty much a sitting duck. If Rewind can hold on to their specials, mainly that Zuka, maybe get a hammer going as well, throw down some coolers to keep their teammates alive. It's a very winnable situation for Rewind. For Serpentine, though, you got a comp that's kind of built for defense. You're kind of built to hold on to a lead, not really come back with it in overtime. You're going to need to just get something happening with the Zukas, the double Zuka comp that you got coming out here. Easier said than done when you're chasing away from the hammer.
No, absolutely. And I think Rewind is doing an absolutely excellent job here of stalling out the center, just making sure that Serpentine can't get their way past center here. They're taking a huge advantage of the stalliness of the center. But Mongo's going to be trying to come in to like stop things. We are seeing Serpentine get on the tower here. They're under fire from the edit. The edit getting 2. It's going to be a fight for the tower, but with only 2 members. No members left. Rewind able to capture the first game.
Congratulations to them. This is a best of 3, by the way. We don't have all day to be going through losers bracket, so this is best of 3 until the next set. So 1 more win for Rewind, and they'll be moving on to a rematch with StarZ Impact. Serpentine, who's been in this situation pretty much all day long. Again, their only wins have come in losers bracket. This is their 5th loser set so far today. They've been able to come across the Project Guys, Fearless, Coral, Convergence, Poor Judgment, all really strong teams, beating most of them in a game 3. Rewind somehow found a way to beat Popgun Fan Club, which the only way they could have done that is by cheating. So we'll be getting the replay codes for that. We'll be looking over that because there's no way they could beat a team called Popgun Fan Club without bending the rules somehow into their favor.
Pablo, am I hearing a little bit of copium on your side?
No, you are not.
Totally not.
Thank you for clarifying, because I don't want the tone of my message to get confused. But no, there's no copium on my path.
We'll
I'm
let
just
the
stating
crowd
facts.
decide.
I'm just telling it like it is. That's why I'm here commentating.
All right, let's get you to bed, Grandpa. Let's get you to bed.
Please, I wish.
Oh, alas, the bed must wait as we have... Oh my god, I am a little tired, actually. Actually, you got this, right? I'm going to bed.
Yeah, I got you. Coming up next, your favorite and mine, Rainmaker Undertow. Yes, this is supposed to be counter picks, but we screwed something up, and now it is all preset map list. Consider that our Valentine's gift to you, is that we'll make the decisions for you for what maps you want to play. And quite honestly, it does speed things up so that we can get to Melee Top 8 going on pretty soon. So everything working out in that. Now, Rewind is doing the correct thing. It is actually in the rules. If you want to win low ink, you have to have a Dreadringer main on your team. That seems to be the trend for the past several low inks. It is a trend for the 21 team that's waiting grand finals. Rewind would like to make that there as well. Is that reslider going to play a factor into this Rainmaker Undertow spillway match? If they start flicking around that left side, it can clear the path for them. Serpentine, though, needs to find a way. Are they going to keep that tent? Is going to be the question, and the brawler. The answer is yes, same as that comp of what they had in the Mako game. Actually, no, they got the vacuum instead of the Ink Zuka on that tent.
Interesting. I think they're going to use that to clear those checkpoints, especially. Just everything in this map is such a gigantic choke. I don't disagree with that pick either. It's just a matter of it not getting overwhelmed. And we're going to look, and that's already 2 down on Serpentine. Remix is coming in hot, absolutely using that momentum that they had from last game to make some way. There's a sneaky rush. I'm running forward here, only to get, get a little bit of tent interception.
A very aggressive opening coming out from Serpentine that got punished pretty harshly. 2 players exploding for nothing here. Here comes the Ink back out just to kind of make sure there's nothing really going there. They don't clear the checkpoint, and that essentially means it was just an empty push. So we're back to square one here in the first minute of things. But Rewind is taking it to Serpentine right now, and they got a lot of map control on top of it. Oh, and 3 players down as well. Another opportunity for a push here.
Yeah, Remix is moving strong here as we are seeing that roller come in to intercept. Everyone is coming in to try and stop this checkpoint from getting grabbed here. If this checkpoint gets taken, it's going to spell a lot of danger for Serpentine. So, Remix again. Oh, unfortunate Zuka, actually. That's going to be the end of that for a bit.
I was still eating a granola bar, I'm sorry. It's my turn to say something, isn't it? What do we...
It might...
By the way, this is the vanilla ink brush coming out from Ray here, so no hammer instead of Killer Whale and Splat Bomb. Maybe they're thinking Splat Bomb. Help out, pop the Rainmaker if necessary. How does Ray not get that splat? Pulls off it a little bit too early, but it does at least draw attention, like, hey, you're being flanked from 2 sides. So even if Ray doesn't get the splat right there, which obviously they didn't, it forces the attention from the team, splits it in 2 different directions, and that can be very frustrating to deal with. The ink brush playing the role of the annoying fly on the wall, and now has all the ink down to Rewind to dunk the Rainmaker.
Absolutely here. And 3rd time is the charm here, but they are also suffering from 2 members down. Never mind, they just casually take 2 with them. That's even the score. Make it 3 as the Dread is able to get some excellent picks there. It looks like the Rainmaker is going to be going down at that 47 mark, unfortunately, not letting them get as many points as they had probably hoped to. Serpentine, they are slowly but surely being pushed back by Remix. They are slowly inching their way forward, like pushing against Serpentine. And I'm kind of digging it there from Remix, just continuously putting that pressure until Serpentine crumbles. Unless Serpentine is going to take it back.
Are we going to glaze pencil 2 games in a row? The answer is yes. Without Zeko staying alive and getting that nice shot right there, this game's already over. That's so they were like on the side of the wall right there when that reef slider exploded. I don't think the hitbox is like a true 360 spear. I think it anything. I think it just kind of like dodged it by going underneath to the side.
It was so
that
close.
Or the game's just broken. That's the possibility as well.
It was like so close. It was like right from like when it exploded. Like the frame it exploded, they went under, and I was like, I thought you were dead. I thought you were up top already. It was just so fast.
Are they going to take it to the right here and just get the quick checkpoint? They might try to do that. Peach is guarding it pretty well, though, hitting out 1 player and then holding down this left side. So yeah, it looked like they were just going to go, let's just go to the right. Let's just clear a checkpoint. They'll make a push to the left in the future a little bit easier to do, but nicely defended by Rewind right there as we go to 1:12 left to go. Full checkpoint lead. Things looking good for Rewind.
No, absolutely. I'm very much enjoying Rewind's ability to go and then pull themselves back when needed, because I think it's coming up clutch here, especially like they're like the only team with a checkpoint, but they're kind of letting Serpentine come into them and then they're pushing into them when they need to. It's like a sort of like push and pull that is kind of neat. Like, you get what I'm saying, right?
No. But that's okay. That's A-okay.
Get you.
So Zeko keeps being the one picking up the Rainmaker for Serpentine. Makes sense. You kind of want your anchor to hold it there. You want everybody else to start pushing up. But nobody else is really able to get pushed up into the enemy side of the base. And now they're running out of time. They're basically just going to have to find a way to get the Rainmaker somewhere. It doesn't have to be any kind of pedestal. It just has to be whatever is open to them right now, because this might be the last time they'll grab the Rainmaker. Opting to go to the left. There's a bomb in there. Good defense. Set up by Rewind, trying to slip around. I don't know if you just want to rush it right there. Maybe be a little bit more patient. Wait for something to open up instead of trying to force something that's not there. Rewind punishes it with a bomb. 2-0. They move on to losers final.
Just like that. Clean sweep from Remix. Serpentine quite literally fell into Remix's hands by the end there. I'm not even gonna lie. They were like, yo, they're gonna panic. Let's just wait. Okay.
Somehow we got onto this thing where we're calling them Remix, who is not playing this month. But I'm blaming the person in chat who originally called them Remix, which made me be like, how could you look at the word Rewind and come up with Remix? And now it's your fault, not ours. How dare you guys? This is what I get for paying attention to the chat. This is an L on me for even acknowledging you guys.
That's crazy. I mean, they're like a little dudes in our phone. Like, I mean, how could you not? They're like the little guys.
Is chat AI? Is that what you're suggesting?
No, like
could be.
I don't know. You tell me.
Has chat become self-aware?
They might have. I think they might. They might. Either that or like maybe they're just like your minions. Yeah,
Chat, type 10101 if you are not a robot in chat. That way we can know who's loyal and who's not. We appreciate that. Rewind.
I think he's lost his mind. He's lost it. He's officially lost it. Guys.
Rewind. Moving on, and I gotta unlock the thing here so they can actually... Oh, no, it's unlock. Yes. So they're playing, right? What's going on here? Report the scores. Fellas, Rewind won. Let's move on. So Rewind is going to be taking on StarZ Impact. This is a rematch where StarZ Impact 3-0'd Rewind, sent them down to losers bracket. Hey, fancy running into you again. You were the only team to beat us so far. We would like to have words with you about that. We actually didn't think that was pretty cool. This is a best of 5 losers final set, not best of 3 like you just saw. The winner is going to move on to grand finals to take on the 21 team who has been curb stomping teams all weekend long. So we'll see how that goes. But right now it is Rewind versus StarZ Impact.
This is gonna be exciting. We're hoping to see a bigger clash here. Hopefully it's not a 3-0 situation here, because I feel like Rewind, not only coming from their 2-0 from last match, they have that momentum, they have that fire, and I'm pretty sure they want revenge.
Did somebody just punch in their area code in chat? Did somebody just dox themselves? What is that? That's not even close to what we said to do.
They're trying their best. Don't bully them. They're literally just trying their best.
Yeah, that's the most AI answer ever.
Is this how you treat your goons, your squad, your minions?
Yeah. Oh my gosh, it is actually. Are you
oh
new
my
here?
god, you're a terrible boss. Terrible boss.
This is what I live for. Okay, chat. Here's what I need you to do. Here's a picture. I need you to click on the images of the picture that have a school bus in it. That way we know that you're real or not. So while you guys are working on that, we'll get the next match started up here pretty soon. Fufu, how are you today?
You know, I think I gotta do some rescuing from your minions. I think I gotta get them out of there. I think that's gonna be my plan later today. I'm not gonna lie. You know, first, Yes, girl, start the day at 2 p.m. What is that? See, I got nothing for you. I'm gonna be honest.
Okay.
I don't even know what's going on in chat.
That's perfectly fine. Let's see. Do I have something
take a look.
for you? StarZ Impact, the only team so far today to take a game off of 21. A team took its game off of 21 yesterday as well, but StarZ Impact looked just as good as 21. They just couldn't really clutch things out when necessary. Even the one win they got against 21, Power Control Art Academy, they almost found a way to have the most epic collapse we've seen in a long time here in Low Ink, but they found a way to get the win, regardless. It's really difficult to beat a team twice in Low Ink, though, which is basically what a lot of teams are forced to do in a double elimination, only 16-team format. So yes, they swept Rewind before. We didn't see that match, unless it's on a stream, like a POV stream somewhere like that. But it's not going to be, I would assume Rewind's going to come out of this one and say, okay, we learned what didn't work against these fellers last time. We know what adjustments we need to make, and we'll go from there.
Absolutely. I want to see how this is going to go. It's going to be an interesting one, indeed, because it's also... I feel like if StarZ Impact is also able to take this home, they're going to be nice and warm for when they take the rematch next. Unless Rewind just comes in and takes the set 3-0, then that's a whole different story. Then we're going to have some things happening. It was this game. The 1 point difference. Had they cha-cha slide just a little bit more, that game would have been there. Just a 3-0.
By the way, speaking of the next game, are either teams interested in making the lobby so we can get this one going? Is somebody playing solo queue or something like that? Let's create this lobby. Let's get this one going so that the chat is ready to go. StarZ Impact. If you are familiar with the phrase DSB, that is essentially, in layman's terms, Ludi with an emphasis on German team. So it is basically just like German Ludi. They have their own divisions, it's their own league kind of thing. And yes, a lot of people will focus on the rule eligibility for Low Ink and say, oh, Ludi Div 5 is the cap. Yes, it is. We also have the French league's cap in there, and DSB is in the rule set as well. As long as you are not DSB Div 1, you are eligible to play. StarZ Impact, I believe when I just checked before we went live, I think they're in Div 3 of DSB, and I believe that season took off. It's season number 9 that they're currently in that started out in January. So, and the German scene in general, obviously, if you're not aware, the 21 team is German as well, so we might have an all-German grand finals. Germany as a whole might be the best, outside of Japan, might be the best pound for pound country as far as competitive Splatoon is concerned. You saw what Kaiser did in the European finals a couple of years ago. You look at In the Zone, whenever, yes, the Kyo and Kyo's pals, most of them being American, usually finish at the top of that, but the rest of the standings is either all German or all French, with a lot of French representation in that as well. Mm-hmm. Black Lotus might be the best individual team right now. They did beat Moonlight in most recent In the Zone. Black Lotus is mostly German as well. So it's a country that has produced a lot of strong talent here. It's no surprise that you're going to see some that we might see that taking place here in Low Ink Grand Finals. Unless Rewind has something to say about it, which earlier they did not, but now they might have another opportunity to do so. Game 1 being Crab Leg Capital Clamblitz.
Oh, absolutely. I really like this map. I promise it's not the pencil or the edit talking. It is. I'm pretty sure StarZ does have that pencil on their squad, and I'm pretty sure Rewind is the one with the edit. So we are probably going to be seeing that pencil versus edit here. I will say it's easy. It's another one of those maps, especially here on Clamblitz, where it's easy to get caught in the center, if that makes sense here. And then once someone breaks that basket open, either someone's going for a knockout or we're going to be at 20 points. That's just Clamblitz on this map. It's so 50-50. And I think we're just really waiting for which team is able to find that large opportunity to get that clam in the basket and get things going.
Game 1 of this best of 5 set, StarZ Impact versus Rewind. This match is about to be red hot. You're up.
You're up. Indeed, we are actually seeing double edit. So there are no pencils on the squad. We are choosing to play with edits, and I am more than okay with this decision. They both have really aggressive comps here. I'm going to be interested to see how that burst is going to work with the rest of these aggro weapons on the side of StarZ as well. But that bucket's down. We already seen that player advantage here from Rewind. I almost said remix. I want to say remix, which is like, it's in my brain. What have y'all done to me?
Please be kind. Please rewind for all my VHS era folks that are in chat, which might be a few, who knows. No pencil, as you kind of alluded to. There is a blaster though. When trying to, hey, maybe the back door is open. No, it's actually closed on Sundays. Peaches is not going to be allowing that, as we see the rest of the players trying to start pushing up there. But a lot of rewind ink all over the ground as Ray here, once again on the killer whale rush, trying to find a way to go through the front door.
Absolutely. We are seeing a lot of patience here from Remix as well. We are seeing that patient play and moving forward little by little, but unfortunately they did lose their anchor as members of StarZ are slowly starting to make their way in. 3 down on Remix. This is now their opportunity to turn the tides. We are seeing that brush here from the higher ground, but they are going to be bombarded by 2 members going down. StarZ is slowly but surely inching their way towards this basket here to put the pressure on Remix. Giving them a taste of their own medicine, really.
Yeah, but they don't have the power clam just yet. Well, finally they pick up one along the way, but they don't connect with the throw. That kind of works out into their favor, honestly. Like, you don't want to just pop the basket with nothing. If they just pop the basket right there, they don't follow it up with anything, and instead they just get a free mercy clam to rewind. So a little bit of a blessing in disguise right there of missing that throw. They just didn't really have all the right resources necessary to get a push going, even though they're in a pretty decent position. Nicely defended by Rewind. What is going to be their counter push scenario here?
Absolutely. I feel like that's like a thing a lot of teams, like I see in a lot of teams where they have so much space but just not the resources to get a push. I feel like that's just the one downside about clams. It's such a perfect opportunity that's just missed because of clam economy, and you just gotta really pray that the clams spawn in your favor, especially especially early game is another one of those things. But we are seeing a lot of like neutral. Actually, no, I was gonna say neutral, and then we are seeing Remix start to move forward here.
I don't know. You could consider this being neutral in this map with how much you have an ability to kind of just defend the 2 little areas right there that you can come up. It seems like there's not really an opening for Rewind to slip through, especially with this brush being all the way back here. Like, you usually want your brush to be the initiator on getting stuff going. Instead, there's just no defenses being shown by StarZ. And, well, they're just going to keep poking here. They do have a lot of ammunition if they can find a way to get it up to the basket. But the reach slider might clear the way along with the brush. And now the floodgates might be opening up. 2 power clams thrown in. Peaches might throw in a few more to get below 60 on their opening push. Reezy trying to stay alive, able to jump out so they don't lose every player on that push. But now the map is going to turn into StarZ Impact's favor.
Indeed, indeed. It looks like Remix is going to be right there to meet them in the center as well, but got to be careful not to get overwhelmed by their own already pretty large presence in center. It's not enough to stop Ray. Ray going in for a pick, only to get traded out afterwards. There's 2 down on Remix right now, so technically the player advantage is in the hand of StarZ. There you go! It's like, okay, we're getting a little too close to cover here. StarZ is ready to get some clams into the basket, setting themselves with a bubble. This is actually looking to be pretty good. There's a brush in the back lines.
Chat, take a drink of water every time we say the word remix. This will
oh
be
my
the last
God.
time.
Oh
It'll
my
be the
God.
last time. Yeah,
No.
what a horrible. And
Rewind.
it's rewind. Rewind with the lead. 45 seconds left to go. StarZ Impact trying to find a way to make an impact that's not really happening right there. Ray able to clean up, get a couple of splats along that right side. And now we got to start thinking, okay, do they have a Mercy Clam to even work with? I think they do. I think they got one back of their face because they don't really have much of anything right now. Their remix or their edit is starting to, I almost call it a heavy splatling remix. That's how confusing all of this is. But okay, so they got a couple of power clams there. Now the question is, how did they get into the enemy base?
I think they have a bubble. There's your answer, but it goes out. It does go out, but now they are also down 1 player right here. And of course, to put that cooler down here for some extra protection. And they're able to get a pick. That's actually 2 down on the side of the brush. I think that might just be game here. They didn't get it.
It could be. Oh, what is going on right there? They do pop the basket. I don't think they have anything else, though. If they can somehow get to that one before it explodes, which they don't. And so, yeah, that's ultimately going to do it. Nice, scrappy defense by Rewind as they're able to keep one player left alive. It seemed like the brush came in, got a double, died off, and then the Bread Ringer was able to get like a few picks in between a few players. But it's a little bit easier to defend when everyone has to throw their power clam up onto the plat and then go get it. Because then you know, okay, all I gotta do is just unload hell onto this power clam that's just sitting there. Eventually they're gonna walk into it and explode. So just good defense there by Rewind. Rewind.
We got the name. No, absolutely. I also noticed it was just a really stally game. It was a lot of like, we're in center for most of this. And I'm hoping the next map helps change that, as, you know, I see the map. It's Splatoon Chip Shake, my hated and beloved. It is... Oh, it's not on the screen yet. That's my fault.
Shout out to the Low Ink, where we had the teams Rewind, Remix, Remix, and Reload all play at the same time, and I believe 3 of those teams made Alpha Bracket that month. It was the Low Ink of Re, but right now Rewind, the best Re team still around, up 1-0 on the team that swept them and gave them a free invitation to Losers Bracket out of the Losers semifinals that they were finding themselves in a little bit earlier, or the Winners semifinals that they were playing in earlier today. Now, StarZ Impact, can they come back here in this other one and tie it up at 1 apiece? Kind of what you were saying. What makes this your beloved and hated? Hold on to that thought, because we are about to load into this game right here. Game 2. 1-0 into Rewind's favor, as we see the comps that are coming out right here. No real changes from the side of Rewind. No real surprises from the side of Edit. Here's a real high-class bout. It's on.
It's on indeed. Actually, I don't think we're seeing any comp changes. Actually, no, we're seeing the brush change from Whale to Hammer for this one, which makes absolute sense considering this middle. This map only feels great when you're moving past the center. The brush is already doing that to start going for a pick. Unfortunately, getting picked off themselves, but it gives so much opportunity for Rewind here to get themselves going here. We are seeing Clash of the Edits able to go down. What an insane first 30 seconds here, especially if you are Rewind. They exploded with aggression here. I think that brush was a huge play in that, as they were just able to go and take a pick, and everyone just said, all right, we're going, I guess. Follow the leader. And look at that, already halfway down these points. They are not wasting any time. What is Ray on today? Because Ray just casually got 3. Are we going to talk about
I wanted to talk about you referencing my favorite Japanese monster movie, Clash of the Edits. That one going into the favor of Reezy. Are we done here? Is this game over? Like, they got Ink Strike, and that's pretty much it. I mean, they can throw hands with that splash, and I don't think they're going to get there in time. Ink Strike's got to stall it. Then they got to throw hands. The hands aren't going to get there. GG go next. Rewind said, nah, we're done here. Go to game 3.
Look, see, any doubts that we had about Rewind, crushed. Absolutely gone. You know, there's not even time to talk about what I love and hate about this map, because it's already gone. It's already gone. Rewind said, well, that's in the past. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Can we talk about Ray? Because Ray, the brush here, for context, casually went in and just literally set the tempo for Remix. Frame 1, right off the bat. That got the Hammer right off the bat and said, okay, I'm getting a pick. Go. Everyone go. From every weapon being an aggressor, yes. I'm very happy about this.
It's really hard to beat this team twice in the same tournament, even if you 3-0 sweep them. Rewind's coming in here with a lot of momentum, and keep in mind, StarZ Impact, their last set was against the team that beat them 3-1. So there's clashing dynamics coming into this set right here. And Rewind's wasting no time getting this next one set up. Rainmaker, Scorch Gorge, they're already coming in. They're picking their weapons quickly. I like when teams do that. There is some tempo that you can control in a set, especially if you're the team hosting the room. If you just beat a team, you get the opening push and you just sweep them out in the first minute. I like getting the next match set up as quickly as possible. Don't let them think about it. Don't let them try to figure out, okay, what did we do? Don't let them settle down. Ride the wave of momentum and carry it over into the next game. Potential sweep here coming in Losers Finals. No real surprises on the weapon changes. A brawl is surely brewing. You're up.
Off we go. Already, this is gonna be. We're gonna be seeing everyone explode in center. I'm already expecting Ray to take an off angle on the edge to try and get their team set up again. Rainmaker Pop is going on the side of Rewind here. Oh, great for Ink here. We are seeing a little more space in their favor, but it's not gonna stop their shot from going down here as Name. StarZ is able to get that Rainmaker in their possession and get themselves going.
StarZ Impact now. Already off to a better start than they were last game. They got points on the board, 2 of them, and are opening up a path for them to clear this Rainmaker off. Obviously trying to go to the right. 2 players down now, but they do have the hammer ready to go. Hammer being popped in kind of an awkward situation. Ultimately gets eliminated. At some point, though, StarZ Impact's got to be thinking, hey, if we just splat them and just sit here and not move forward, they're just going to come back and eventually get us. Peaches got splatted at the beginning of all that. Respawned, came back in without Cooler. It was able to get another splat. What was the plan there with StarZ Impact? No desire to start pushing the Rainmaker at all.
Yep, and we're going to be seeing a bit of a change here as Remix is able to break that first checkpoint here. Already fighting for that wall. It's immediately shredded by Edit, but it's not going to be enough to... Well, they're dead. We have 3 down on Rewind right now. Again, they have that checkpoint. The only team within the 2 to have that checkpoint in their favor. I'm trying to see where this is going to go, really.
And they're opting to take the Rainmaker, let it reset here so they start painting up. They want to find where that brush is. They know it's going to be sharding around in this yellow ink, able to get 1 splat right there. Now hey, we found the brush. They traded one of our players, but 2 more players going down. And now the question is, once again, is StarZ Impact going to start pushing this Rainmaker, or are they going to wait for the other team to get some splats on them? The window's open for them to kind of slide around to the right side. Another splat clearing the way. Here comes the re-slider, 1 at a time. That backs up the Rainmaker yet again. They just don't feel confident moving forward with it just yet. Finally, the door opens up, and they don't get the checkpoint.
Everything was thrown at them there, but the checks are coming out. I feel like it's going to help confirm that checkpoint indeed, but with the cost of 2 of their members going down, leaving JoJo and our gal here to defend this elbow, I don't think it's going to be enough here, as just all of Rewind is there to meet them. Again, both teams now have that checkpoint. It takes a small move to take the lead here if you are StarZ, and the lead they want here just in case, but okay, they're all there. This actually might be huge. Never mind.
But no, if it wasn't for that re-slider, it would have been huge. But more importantly, they do get the lead right there. Like you said, all they had to do was just dogpile on it, sneeze it, and move forward with it, and that would be enough to get the lead. So now, and that took a lot of time off the clock too, by the way. Like, we're already down to 2 minutes remaining. Both teams have essentially made 1 push, although StarZ Impact had 2 opportunities to get something going there. But on top of all that, StarZ Impact has complete control of mid. They got the brush contained up onto their plat. They don't have to worry about the brush being in mid just yet. Now we're seeing them drop down with the hammer, but opting to use the hammer just to pop the Rainmaker. And now getting a double on top of it. How did they get away with that?
Average brush behavior, if I'm being honest, brush will exist and grab 2 for absolutely no reason if you are not careful right here. We are going to see Rewind start to get things moving here. It's just always this little edge here. That's what Splashdown does to someone. This point, right, this whole elbow right there is always the worst one to get past here. But if you can break past that, you are in for so many points right here. I think that both of these teams are just trying to aim for that, but none of them have been truly able to push past that point.
JoJo's made sure that they caught those hands here where we got 50 seconds left to go. Azuka from halfway across planet Earth connects and takes care of the blaster, but they had soda in them, so they'll be right back lickety split. The question now is for Rewind, what is the win condition? You have all this map control in mid. You got Ray. You can't really flank around that left side, but it's still inviting somebody drop down there to fight Ray, and all that yellow ink along that left side. That's 2 players down for the StarZ Impact. Here comes Ray with the hammer, jumping out of nowhere, getting the splat. Do they have an open path here? I think the slosher was able to get that splat on the Rainmaker in a 1v1 situation. Takes out Ray as well. What a heck of a play by Crater.
Yep, and this is Rewind has to have someone grab this Rainmaker soon. They have to find an answer here. Everyone, we are going to have to push past that dreaded choke point of an elbow right here. Rewind has all the time in the world to take their time and, you know, push as needed here. They're able to get a pick on the blaster, which is huge. We are seeing those strikes coming out from the side of StarZ. Everyone's going to be trying to move in there, just waiting for them to run into them. Then there's 3 down. Wait, this might be lead.
They got it.
They're coming in. Look at just the last second to take the Rainmaker out. What could have been a devastating situation for StarZ turned out just fine as they're able to hold that lead by 2 points.
JoJo, it didn't look like it was a direct, but it was just enough to get the splat. It was a 1v4 situation. If that blast is just slightly off, StarZ Impact is going to be raiding the mainstream with their stream, and they're done for the rest of the day. Instead, their tournament hopes stay alive by just the sneeze of a blaster, and they move on. StarZ Impact looked really nervous in that game. I mean, they looked like a team that was about to get eliminated. They're down 2-0 to Rewind. They're having difficulties getting any kind of pushes going. They had so many windows presented to them to make a push go, and they just froze in the moment. Instead, they're able to find ways to slowly chip away at that lead. That big push that they did at the end there, you kind of called it out, just grab it and go. That was the difference. I mean, they won by a handful of points right there. Now they're able to get this cushion. Now they're able to get a little bit of momentum, and we're moving very quickly into Tower Control Art Academy. Keep in mind, this is the only map mode that StarZ Impact was able to take a game off of 21 earlier. A team that is waiting for them in grand finals. But man, what an absolute amazing play coming out there from the blaster.
Absolutely. Rainmaker is always an interesting one because the one player essentially being out is always such a big impact on how teams play. So it was interesting to see that one play out, but I want to see the difference as we move into such a different map and mode. We all know how snowbally Tower Control Inkling Art Academy is. Anyone that's played comp, anyone that's touched this map mode absolutely knows you're either in middle for the half of this game or someone's knocking out within the first minute. Or we're going to see a knockout somewhere. It's such a simple flowchart. You pass the ramp, you get on their bats, you someone on the plat, great, awesome knockout. That is usually the game plan when it comes to this. So I want to see if we're going to see one of these teams just knock it on the first minute, or we're going to see it later. I'm excited. I love this map. I love just spectating this map mode because it never fails to be interesting.
Rewind up 2-1. StarZ Impact trying to force a game 9. There comes the brush out there, and the gal is returned as well. A great slam and then some. It's on.
Indeed. Already, we are moving forward. We are seeing someone opt to choose that far right there. Who are you? That is, I can't tell if that's a slosher or no. Yeah, that's a slosher on the right here. Oh, an excellent pick here from. How do you say the name?
Comment.
No, the one in the back.
Oh, I don't know. I just now started looking at it and I saw the word comment on there. I don't know.
Otters?
The gal. Oh, the gal player right there who's just been lining people up. This has been the gal's map. The gal is the one who opened up the path for them to get the dub here against 21 earlier. Anyways, and the RNG working out there. I mean, it kind of helps when your hammer's just kind of floundering around like, shoot me. Okay, I will. There we go. Path opened up here for StarZ Impact, trying to get an impact here at this first checkpoint.
Absolutely, and I think they're doing that successfully here as they are slowly approaching that second checkpoint. Cooler is ready, but not quite out yet here as the hammer from Ray is coming in to try and find its target, fighting a trade. Instead, that tower is going to be back in the hands of StarZ as... I love this gal. This gal has been making absolute plays. They know their flowchart. They know where they want to be, and it is absolutely showing. And that confidence is through the roof. But here comes the brush here. That might just be a wipeout if they are not careful. We are only seeing the gal there defend for themselves, forced to jump out. That is essentially a wipeout here in the favor of Rewind as they quickly follow that tempo to get themselves set up in center. All of this is green. All of this is ready to go.
So this is a good situation for Rewind. With about 2 minutes gone in this opening push right here. And it doesn't look like they'll get complete control mid right now. This JoJo is starting to heat up along the right side until they got splatted there. But giving up that first checkpoint, who cares? The real battle for this game is all about that second checkpoint. As long as you're able to defend that, off of the opening push and then get control of tower, you're going to be in a good situation, which is exactly where Rewind is right now. Able to take care of the blaster, but they lose Peaches on their side as well. Reezy on the tower, clearing the checkpoint. We got essentially a tie game. I don't think we're going to get much more than this because they don't really have a viable path to get up to that top left area right now, and it seems to be well defended. Oh, by the way, here comes Comet out of nowhere on the right side, but it ultimately works out to be a trade.
Yeah, unfortunate Reef moment there where it's just, whew, that unfortunately didn't work out in their favor there. We're going to be moving back to center here. I think StarZ going to be trying to find an opportunity to get a bigger lead here soon, but it's not going to work out as they are 2 down. Again, center. I love center. We are seeing Rewind trying to move themselves forward. Again, it's a fight for the round. If you're able to pass that second checkpoint, it is going to be smooth sailing if you're lucky.
If, you know, there's a lot of luck involved in this kind of nonsense that we're seeing right there. But when the dust settles, 3 minutes have gone by. We essentially have a tie game, yes, but StarZ Impact able to start pushing that Rainmaker. And this is going to be the difference. You kind of mentioned the flow chart of the Gal. They recognize, hey, if we want to clear this checkpoint, I just need to stay right here. That's why you saw them jump up there, throw those ink walls, and absorbing a lot of attention. So even though the Gal doesn't make any plays themselves, they force everybody else on the side of Rewind to dogpile onto that one area, enables everybody else to get kind of cleaned up right there. But even though all of that, they don't add any points to their scoreboard.
Unfortunately not there, as the tower shimmies its way back to its neutral center. It's very back and forth. That's what I've noticed about this team. It's a lot of back and forth. We're not seeing those typical explosions to the near knockouts that we usually see on Inkling Art Academy. It's just trades are going out. They're constantly just trading turf right here. Members are forcing opportunities, like we are seeing Ray able to get away with taking 2, but just the follow-up and the picks, someone else on either team is here to even the score out. But hopefully we're going to see a change with Rewind and getting themselves to the checkpoint and having to make that 3 maybe down on StarZ.
Oh, I was about to say, as long as that edit is able to stay alive in that upper area, but they've just kind of a little bit lost. Now they're all the way back defending their own spawn. That opens up the door for Peaches to get blasted along that left side. Hey, there goes the Dreadringer jumped in and said, oh, I actually don't want to be here. I'm going to go back to spawn. My bad.
Olympic metal backpedaling.
So they were able to chase out their edit, but it's not going to be enough for them to hold onto the tower and get the lead right there. That might be it. We might be going to a game 5 with 3 more players from Rewind going down. Here comes the GG strikes onto the tower. Reverse sweep incoming? Question mark?
Maybe. We are seeing that momentum shift as well, because now Rewind is starting to lose their momentum while StarZ is starting to feel pretty on fire here, especially winning this game here. It's going to be interesting because we are seeing a lot of like stalls. Like, we're not seeing full-on explosions to knockouts. We are seeing tug of war in the form of a Splatoon game. So I think it's still really in anyone's hands, I'm not gonna lie, but it's going to be interesting where this last game is going to end up.
StarZ Impact winning 2 in a row is going to be huge for their psyche going forward, especially considering how they were playing at the beginning of that game 3. A little bit nervous with the Rainmaker, but now, ever since JoJo was able to be the hero in game 3, they were able to translate that momentum into a lead that they just had to hold on to. Great defensive win there in game 4, which is probably going to translate into success for them in this Game 5 Clan Blitz at Barnacle and Dime. Hello, Raiders from Prochera. I believe I'm pronouncing that correctly. Never heard of that person before. If you guys like Dreadringer, you've rated the correct tournament, because that is, we got a Dreadringer team waiting in Grand Finals. We got one that you're about to see on stream here. Clan Blitz, Barnacle, and Dime is the Game 5 of this losers final set that you're about to see. The winner of this one will be moving on to Grand Finals.
Oh, this is the Game 5s are always so exciting, but the teams are going to be fighting tooth and nail to see which one of them is going to get a spot. I believe in Brands, I want to say. Grand. I'm so sure it's Grand. But they are 2-2. We're looking at that Game 5. Clamlet, Particle, and Dime, I love it and hate it. It's one of those, and we're getting a lot of maps. I think just so many maps are just, you're either in center or you're knocking things out. So I really want to see one of those explosions of points so bad from one of these teams, because I think it's so possible. I think what we're having on each team is a situation where one member is paving the way and the rest are trying to maneuver their way to catch up, if that makes sense. Like, we have the Brush on one side and the Gal on the other, and the rest of the team needs to push their way to catch up to them faster.
Game 5 of a best of 5 set. Loser moves on to grand finals. A good day for a swell battle. And begin!
We love the Cuphead references in this house. Starting off, we are seeing those coolers being built up in the back. I think having a quick cooler output is going to be absolutely huge to whoever can get it out first, really. And it is also really great at getting those coolers on the field, despite its paint nerfs a while back. Already, they did take that blaster out on the side of StarZ, which is already huge. We are seeing picks coming out from the side of Rewind, coolers out, ready to go. This is going to be this is an amazing setup already. We are seeing those times on the field. You just got to get your econ and going, because the amount of pigs going out on the field is kind of insane. Okay, Rewind showing their strength, all right.
Well, the question is, what are they going to do with all of these picks? They have Reezy back here with the power clam, trying to find a way to open up, but Ray's built up some more clams as well, and is sharking around. Nobody can escape our streamer Ink Fair when it comes to sharks like this. Just threw a bomb to boot just to make sure, even if I don't splat you, I'm dragging you down to hell with me one way or another. A nice little double right there, where it seemed like things were kind of working against Rewind. They're able to get a nice double, force everybody from StarZ Impact to back up a little bit here, but yet again, not able to capitalize off of all these splats that they're getting. The map is going to switch back into StarZ Impact's favor.
Quickly coming in to turn the mid blue here, but Rewind is already making their way really quick to come in and try and meet them here. That's going to be 2 down, I believe, on each side. Now we're seeing more losses here on the side of Rewind. I think StarZ is going to be seeing this opportunity to get in. They do have a good chunk of plants in their favor. Ray in the backlines is already coming in to make a scene. They don't even get the chance to push in, as Rewind is there to just say, how about that one?
You know, I wish Heavy Remix was still in this game. Maybe someday we'll get third kits. Maybe
one day. Maybe one day.
Let's see. Okay. Clam Blitz. You have to have everything going in your favor. You have to have map control. You have to have splats. And you have to have clams. Pretty much all at the same time if you want to make something work. Clams in the favor of both teams. One team has a power clam. The other one has a bunch of other clams built up. Map control. Things kind of neutral right now. What the hell happened right here? Was that Ray being a sneaky dog yet again? And the answer is yes. But even on a push like that, are they going to get value out of it? It looks like, yeah, because they're getting a couple of splats on top of it. Are they going to get below 60 on this push? They get down to 62. Peach is forced to retreat right here to make sure that they don't completely surrender control. I mean, that's a huge splat to slow them down. What could have been a good counter push opportunity for StarZ Impact. Oh, Ray, you sneaky dog, you. You found a way past them.
That was really, really huge for the side of Rewind, because for all we know, that might be the only push we see in this entire game right here. And I feel like there's a lot more stress now put on the shoulders of StarZ here. Ray coming in inside the bubble to get 2. What? Ray is absolutely making waves tonight. The brush gaming, the brush economy, the brush stocks are up and booming is what I'm trying to say. I forgot what I was talking about initially here. The brush power is too strong.
Well, there's just a lot of nonsense coming out here from this brush, and it's disrupting StarZ Impact. I mean, they constantly have to find ways to make sure they know where they are, but right now it's a 4v1 situation. Peach is the only one back home defending the base, trying to throw some ink strikes to force them out. Here comes the lead if Crater can get this one in, and they do, so the lead flips into StarZ Impact's favor, and now another wipeout on top of it, but they don't have any clams to keep the basket open. They went back to get their Mercy Clam. Are they going to get there in time and free of everything? They do, so now the basket stays on way longer, but they don't have any more to slowly get back there. JoJo's trying to build up some clams to get along the way, and along the way, Rewind's able to get back in and shut down the basket. But still a hell of a push by StarZ Impact less than a minute to go.
Absolutely. What an amazing swap of the tides here. And now Rewind is forced to fight for the lead once more. They have less than a minute here to get it done. Whales are coming out from the side of Rewind, trying to just move everyone in their favor, able to find a pick off of it. We are seeing fights here on that snipe. Specials are coming out. Everything is coming out from the side of Rewind to just try and force these opportunities here. There's a blaster behind you.
Not anymore. Now the blaster's in front of you because you are at your spawn. And the blaster is just
skipping, I guess.
Bunny hopping out of the orange ink. Can someone please paint for me so that I can get out of here? I have no paint left. Thank you. 10 seconds left to go. Does Ray have one more shenanigan move left in them? Keep in mind, they don't have that hammer anymore. They just have the killer whale. Trying to run around that backside. There's got to be somebody that spots this out. It looks like they are, but they also got to prevent StarZ Impact from scoring on top of them. That is a trade that is going to work out into the favor of Rewind as they pop the basket. They don't have a lot of clamps right now. They just got the edit left alive, and they're slowly throwing in some more clamps. Here comes some jumps, but I don't think anyone's going to make any safe landings except for Ray, who does fall into 4 other players. Can Peaches somehow slip past all of this defense by the StarZ Impact? No, the reverse sweep is real. StarZ Impact is moving on.
What a game. What an absolute game. That was a really solid defense here from StarZ, especially considering that all the odds were against them there. Rewind's biggest downfall was dying for the sake of putting clams in. That on a full counter. StarZ is like, okay, we can work with that. We can completely work with that, and said, whoop, we're taking the rug out of right from under your feet, and we're taking this game. Whoop, reverse sweep. All right. This is going to be interesting because we're going to be seeing that possible revenge here in Grand's finals.
It all goes back to that game 3 play by JoJo. Being the last player left alive as Rewind was pushing the Rainmaker to get the 3-0 sweep, and they make the shot at the perfect angle to get it looked like an indirect to splat the Rainmaker and keep the set going. They missed that shot. This set's been over for a while now. All you need is just to find a way to get a win and then build off of the momentum on top of that. What a great set. I said it before, I'll say it again. It's hard to beat a team twice in the same tournament. StarZ Impact did it, but it was not easy at all.
Absolutely. That was such a good watch. It's just... No, you were completely... I want to talk about that momentum because you were absolutely right. People underestimate how important and how strong momentum can be. And those reverse sweeps that we see, such as this set, are a huge example as to why it's a powerful tool.
We're going to take a quick break now while we get set up for grand finals. It's going to be 21 taking on StarZ Impact in a rematch of winners finals in an all-German grand finals here on Low Ink. Get your popcorn, go watch your Prochara videos on YouTube, use the restroom as well, because you will not want to miss a single bit of action of grand finals coming up right after this commercial break here on IPL.
Hello, we are back from our little bit of a break here to bring you Grand Finals of Lowing February 25. I am joined here once again by Pop Gun. Do say hi.
Oh my gosh, it's so good to be here. It's so good to just be a part of this.
Yes.
By the way, I'm making good use of the Google's Translate feature to figure out what everybody has been saying. It seems like there's a lot of excitement about this upcoming set. 21 is as far as I care to try to pronounce their name. I mean, I couldn't even say rewind correctly for half the set, so I don't know how I'm going to go with SIBH, but we'll stick to 21 in my opinion. Big curb stomping teams all day long. They've only dropped 2 games so far all weekend. They still got a grand final set to go. The question is, what did they do in between their break? Are they coming into this one cold? Are they going to pick up where they left off against the team who they didn't really dominate but found ways to win against? StarZ Impact was more than competitive against this upcoming team. They're going to be playing Wisp, but this is a rematch. If you do not value your channel points, and I believe gambling is a sin in most religions, but you're here, so what do you care? Go ahead and get rid of your channel points, put them down on either 21 or StarZ Impact. It looks like the early odds are heavily in the favor of the team that is undefeated as far as sets is concerned, and so be it.
But you also have to realize that StarZ Impact was able to take a game off of 21 the last time they fought them as well. And StarZ is coming in with the momentum of a reverse sweep set. So imagine that to a possibly cold team on a tower control map. This has the potential to be very explosive. And I think that's what's going to make this set all the more exciting. Both of these teams coming in, fighting for the crown, and especially something else to keep in mind is that StarZ Impact, if let's say they win this set, correct? They have to go through a bracket reset. So not only for StarZ Impact to technically win this tournament, they had to go through all the losers all the losers bracket into grand finals into bracket reset. So this is also going to be a fight for stamina, especially if you are StarZ Impact.
And I've been told by the actual team to just call them 21. Like, it don't matter. Just call us 21. I was like, okay, cool. I was going to go with that anyways, but sometimes my intuition is actually the correct thing all around. Funny how that works out.
Bro,
But yes, as you
never
mentioned,
wrong.
this is a double elimination bracket. 21 has not lost yet, so if they were to be eliminated, they get to lose twice, not just once, because it's the grand final set that we're coming out here. Tower Control Hagglefish Market is your game one, which is going to kick off right here, right now. If you like to dread Ringer, well, it's coming back here for the 21 team. And Julie Squelchers is going to be here as well. Arguably the most impressive player so far this lowing has been Zero, who's not using Squelchers, is using Splash. Way to ruin everything for me. Thanks. Crab instead.
A Squelchies has lost their wings. A Squelchies has lost their wings. No! A bit unfortunate splash jump moment here, but we're going to be seeing Pencil versus Edit, so we're back on that. I personally really like the Edit pick. I would have personally played Pencil here, though. Both go, actually, no. Edit actually is kind of strong on this, because it helps you take that window a lot more reliably, as you're quite literally able to laser down anything that wants to push you, which makes... I love Edit, is what I'm trying to say. But both of these teams coming in here for that neutral, we are seeing two members of... Okay, they're gone, never mind.
Expect to see that early and often. Dreadringer sliding into the enemy side of the map, causing some confusion, and then usually you saw the Squelchies come in to clean up on top of it, but now it is the Splash. Obviously they want to go with the Crab instead of the Wave Breaker that they've been using so effectively up to this point here. But in the first minute, nothing really happening for either team. Again, there's been about an hour break from 21 the last time that they played, so we'll see if they start getting warmed up here over the course of this game one. But neither team seems crazy interested in trying to make something happen here.
Ooh, one of y'all want to play so bad. Oh, okay. Well, they're punished. Oops. With two members of 21 are going to be going down in that punish, but it's going to be going two down on the side of StarZ as well. We are just seeing this incredibly long neutral back and forth. Like, this is total war with barely the rope moving barely an inch. This is what it is. We might be seeing, actually no, we're seeing some points here on the board from the side of 21. There's that dreaded window. Someone's gonna have to get up there to protect this pencil very, very soon, especially considering there's a Slosher and a whole Edit up there. So things gotta start happening here. That first checkpoint is out of the way though. So already huge points here for 21.
And it looks like that's all they're going to get out of this as well. They've already used their soda to get all their players back into the action. But yeah, clearing the checkpoints is all that Tower Control is really about. So that is a very positive push right there. JoJo trying to throw some hands, and it doesn't connect. I think they were underneath the canopy, so I don't really know how the mechanics of that works. But yeah, an opportunity to get something done, a good kind of push-up opportunity, just didn't really work out right there. Now you got the pencil back onto the tower. As long as the pencil's on the tower, there's not really much this Edit can do about that, because Pencil is the natural predator of a Splatling, so the Slosher's already gone. They do take care of the Pencil as well. Can they get across the second checkpoint, though, or is it too well defended by StarZ Impact?
I think they're going to be able to get this here. Just, oh no, just barely on it. On up that. Maybe. What was that? Whoa. No, they're not going to be able to get that second checkpoint, stopping that count.
We're commentating.
We're totally. I don't know. I think
All right, 2 minutes gone by. They didn't clear the checkpoint. That was the ultimate synopsis of what was going on there. They did not clear that checkpoint.
And no, unfortunately, no checkpoint here. Just it was very close. It was like right there too. Like it wasn't even just like, oh, we missed a checkpoint. Oh no, it's like, dang, we almost had that checkpoint. But we might be seeing them grab that checkpoint very soon. That's gonna be two down on the side of StarZ, and this tower is moving here again. That window, that dreaded window. Every time I see no one peeking that window when that pencil is on the tower, I nearly cry for the pencil. But it looks like they're fine. You're doing great. You're doing great, Sweaty. Have fun. I mean, yup.
The snot rockets of the Crab able to pick off two players from across the map, and things are looking very bad for StarZ Impact. 21 fans are rejoicing right now as they do clear that second checkpoint. They do get the push shut down. Actually, no, they got a lot of enemy players in their side of the base, them being the StarZ in this context. JoJo getting a trade right now as the tower slowly. Look how much green's on the map right there. This is
green.
Give Game
Three?
one's looking pretty good for 21. Let's just say that. 45 seconds left to go, but I mean, you haven't really even had a legit push come out from the side of StarZ Impact yet until maybe just now.
Maybe just now. What I'm hoping to see from StarZ is that player-induced last-ditch effort, where it's like the time is like all that risk management is gone, and they just throw everything out the window and go together, but just go. If that makes sense. Sometimes it can be incredibly powerful, and sometimes not. But we are seeing picks coming down from each side, really. But those strides coming out, everything is coming out. StarZ has an opportunity to make this push pretty big if they can get the research together and just stick together. But with only one player on the tower here, it's going to be pretty hard. I'm talking about an auctioneer and their picks are coming out. I don't think it's going to happen. I think it's going to happen. That's 2 dead, 3 down on the side of StarZ. I'm pretty sure this is 21s, and just like that, the game is over.
The StarZ had a good little opportunity right there, a little window to get right back into things. They were up 4-2 with the tower at the first checkpoint. All they had to do was clear the second checkpoint, and they would have gotten the lead. But Zero, the player's been using Squelchies all day long, dropping it to use the splash, more specifically the crab, and taking a lot of attention, dodging all of those ink strikes being thrown their way, and still getting the splats through the ink strikes. Clutch use of that special and just taking care of business on the defensive side of things. But again, the offense was just so overwhelming from 21 that StarZ only had one opportunity to get a push going. They made the most out of it, but it would have been easier if they got that push a little bit earlier and they could have compounded it with something else on long. But 21 dominated the time of possession on the tower for such a long time. It just left so few wiggle room for StarZ Impact to work with.
Absolutely. I think it's also just the speed that 21 is working at. They are working at a much faster speed than StarZ. And those specials coming in to parade those opportunities, those spots that StarZ wants to wait to find their own, 21 is already closing by the time their specials are done, or by the time StarZ is done thinking about it. So I think that's also a big factor as to why 21 was able to get just those large pushes in the way. And I want to see how that's going to transfer here to Splatoon's Robo Ramen. Love this map, personally. I love it. We are definitely seeing that Penta's going to be having a great time, especially considering that you can put a sprinkler right on that ramen bowl up top, and it will counter much more than it really ever should. But if you can get a really nice lockout on this map, which I think is very possible here for StarZ, not StarZ, 21 could, well, it could be StarZ if they want to Wii, but 21 considering how they played last game, I think it's going to be really huge.
Considering the comp that 21 has, if we didn't screw up and forget to put counter picks in to the tournament on day 2, my bad, they probably would have counter picked this anyways. Like, Reef Slider and Pencil on Splat Zone's Robo Ramen, it's almost not fair, especially when the other team isn't really doing the same thing. So this is not going to be a good StarZ Impact matchup that they're going to be going into, and they're still using the crab, not going to be using the Squelchies on top of this. So they're just going to have to get a lot of splats. Those Zukas are going to have to connect. The hands they're throwing from the splashdown are going to have to land. They're just going to have to get a lot of splats and keep 21 in the back foot. If this stays in a neutral position, 21's going to dominate this game.
Absolutely, Kim. We're seeing JoJo take an excellent first pick. That's actually gigantic right there, as they're able to just help turn these tides a little bit more to StarZ's favor. Going for a second one, but that zone is going to turn blue, or green, as you say, wow, picks are going out left and right here. The zone is going to be it's just going to be flipping back and forth until someone gets into that elbow. And I think that's just going to be what we're waiting for. It looks like those stars are going to start aligning for, or not, there's a splashdown.
JoJo, okay, so that's at least 3 kills in the first minute that we've seen from JoJo. Almost 4 right there. That's going to be the win condition for StarZ Impact this game. They can't out-trade specials against 21 because they can just reef slide, get their pencils up in position, and just completely keep the zone back. The only way they win this one is if they keep 21 out from this little corner right here, and the only way to do that is to let their blaster player just pop off. So far they're off to a good start, but this little back and forth trading the zones, 21's going to win this every time.
Yeah, there's just so much chip coming out, especially when this crab comes out. What an excellent, that was almost 3. And even the pencil's feeling ballsy. I love to see it. It really is also between, like, when the crab comes out, it's all the chip as well. Like, you have a pencil with this range, you have the everything. just everything coming out here as the zone continues to remain blue, and StarZ is struggling a little bit here to get themselves on even ground.
Well, they just have to go for fights, in my opinion. They just gotta, but they can't go for fights in the enemy ink. They can't take these 1v1s. They gotta be a little bit more coordination coming out from each other, and they're just not seeing that at this point. They're getting sped up. Right now, the last-ditch effort splash down onto the zone is not going to be enough.
Oh.
21 dominates, moving on to potentially sweeping their way out of the tournament.
That was a rough game right there if you are StarZ, but an incredibly dominant one if you are 21. They did a great job at just managing the rotation of specials and players, the way they play around their chip. I'm glazing a bit. I really am. However, it's also nice to see. It's great, really.
Yeah, it's good to see people play good. There's nothing wrong with that. And when a team's only lost twice all weekend, you can't really do much but glaze them up to this point. Now, the question is going to be, how does StarZ Impact get back into this one? This is the point they were in last time, but they were able to squeak out a win. Actually, the last two sets they played in, they've won Game 3 after being down 2-0. So this is the position StarZ Impact wants to be in. They want to be in this kind of scenario where, like, okay, is it Rainmaker as well? Yes. So they're fine. This is exactly what they want. Humpback, Rainmaker, this is where the set actually starts for them.
It could very much depend, honestly. Again, Rainmaker tends to make a lot of people nervous because you are down one player. And Rainmaker Humpback is the most goofy map mode I've ever seen in my life. You are never safe unless you knock this thing out. That is just title, boom, that's this map mode. I think the speed of 21 is kind of a little too good on this match. With Rainmaker, you just want to run, you want to go get your points in, and I feel like the hesitation that StarZ is pulling out. I need y'all to go, just go, throw the change out, go.
Just go.
Just go. It's literally throw yourself into the depths, and I think that's what they need to do here. Just stop thinking and just go on this map mode.
By the way, if 21 were to win this game, we will set a record for the fastest alpha bracket ever to take place.
Oh my.
About 3 hours and maybe 45 minutes. We'll take that. We take those. It means we get to watch Melee Top 8 right on time as it's starting. Maybe we'll raid them. I don't know. That's not my control, I guess. So yeah, what is the win condition here? How does StarZ Impact keeps this set going a little bit longer and make sure we don't set that record? I mean, Blaster's good here. That's a good start. But they can't play passive like they did at the start of the Rainmaker Scorch game. They gotta recognize when those windows are there, and they have to strike. They just gotta react. They can't stop and think.
I think what they're also waiting for is too safe of an opportunity. Like, they're waiting for the safest possible opportunity, when it's just like, oh, there's a micro thing, yoink, as well. It's another
Blaster, Gal, and Slosher being thrown into the mix. A lot of comeback being used on the side of the team that just got the pop, which is StarZ Impact. And there's the crab yet again. Man, I've been hyping up these Squelchies, but it must be like late and like, okay, we just need to win. Just go to Splash so we can in this tournament and go to that.
Lock in. The definition of just lock in, pick the splash up. Just go. The middle. Oh, this first fight is going to be a little bit scrappy. We are actually going to be seeing StarZ have the first grab on the Rainmaker here. That checkpoint is right for the slaughter. And whoop, no, never mind. Okay.
Zuka exists. In case you forgot, Zuka is a thing, and all halfway across the planet, able to shut down that Rainmaker before it gets to the checkpoint. Finally, they're able to do that. Inkwall able to kind of slow things down for the rest of the teammates to jump back in, and they find a way to add to their lead. On top of this, there's a crab firing snot rockets over the wall to try to get a few splash to slow down this Rainmaker before it gets going, but the splash is eliminated. Will the Rainmaker reset before they can grab it, though? Because there is a little bit of a window for them to do something, and it will. 2 players going down.
Interesting stuff here on the field. We're back at this neutral. We're going to hopefully be seeing this Rainmaker pop here by 21. Sprinkler on Rainmaker, unironically. Okay, well, that's another player. Anyways, Sprinkler aside, I love that thing on Rainmaker. we're just back in the center. 21 is obviously a little bit back here, getting their crab out. But the blaster, you're going to take a trade out before that crab can do any more damage. 2 down on 21. StarZ now has possibly an opportunity to get themselves going.
Yeah, and maybe find a way to get a true lead, but a nice pick there from the pencil on the edit, being caught off a little bit out of position. Might slow down some things for StarZ Impact as they're really struggling to maintain control of the mid. You don't really want to play the turtle up mode at this point. Only 2 minutes have gone by off the clock. Yes, 21 hasn't touched the Rainmaker yet, but you really don't have that much of a lead. All you have is the checkpoint to work with. And now things are turning very pink into 21's favor. Just the gal left alive, trying to make a hero play, going into a 1v4. It gets the Rainmaker, shoots through everybody and slows down the push. What a heck of a play. It might not amount to much, though, because now the specials are coming out from 21.
Oh, unable to stop that Rainmaker from heading into the checkpoint right here, and the exchange of going down, so unfortunately lost a front. Or that's going to be a lead swap, but it looks like it's not much. Only a 10-point difference here from the two. But a lead swap nonetheless. StarZ is going to have to get this center in their favor and get themselves going. We are going to see Zero trying to get this. I hear that crab being put together. The word. Hello?
Goodbye.
Good night, even.
You say hello, and I was sharking the whole time. 2 minutes left to go, and nowhere really for anybody to go on the side of StarZ Impact, unless they take care of 2-3 players. It's just a pencil left alive. An Inkling might be enough to give them cushion to get the lead. 30 remaining, and they're still going. Down to 22. Finally, StarZ Impact has a lead that can allow them to breathe and settle into this final minute and 30 seconds. But look who's doing shenanigans along that right side. It's our old pal Zero, I should say. But now they're coming back into mid. It looks like they're just trying to set something up that just wasn't there. But nicely done by StarZ Impact. And now they're back to defend before any push can get started.
We are still seeing that crab possibly be online. Zero's has pebbles have been thrown at them for the last like 20 seconds. It's almost a little comedic at the same time. They're completely fine. They'll be fine. They'll live. But it really is. There's just a lot of little mini tug of wars happening. Specials coming out. People go down, and then it's just back to the middle. The Rainmaker gets to sit nice and pretty. Possible reflighter for a kill. Absolutely. Everyone's dying.
Not a good situation for anyone at all, except for StarZ Impact, who has the lead to work with right here. Okay, win condition for 21 with about 35 seconds left to go. You got a crab that has been shown to get a lot of splats when you absolutely need it. And now, because that was an assist, they don't know the exact location of Zero, who's been sharking around a lot. Now you're using the crab directly into mid, firing all kind of pressure down to where the path of the Rainmaker is going to be, boxing all those players out. Are they going to start pushing this Rainmaker, though? Here comes the Killer Whale that's going to at least slow down the Rainmaker push. But a couple of splats coming out from each side. Now it's just a 2v2 situation, but a nice trade right there. Is there another time for them? They will pop it and pick it up before the Rainmaker resets or the time runs out. But I don't think they're going to go anywhere. So StarZ Impact. Yes, Game 3 Rainmaker. We'll more than happy take that from you. Thank you very much. We will go on to Game 4. This tournament's not over yet.
It's not over till it's over. This is their brand. Game 3 wins. I think they've just there's the marketing. Game 3 is always ours. Boom, StarZ Impact.
21 tried a lot of different things right there. Tried to do a lot of several flanks. But I think we're just having a lot of difficulty getting into mid and getting pushes going, or just having all those specials lined up. Maybe they used too many specials to get into mid. They didn't really have them for the few times they grabbed the Rainmaker, and they just had to keep burning them on the defensive side of things. But, you know, that I don't think they also really care at this point, because they still just have to win one of the next 2 games, and even if there's a bracket reset, they're still going to be favored to do well going forward in the bracket reset there. But StarZ Impact got what they needed. Was just a win, extend the set a little bit longer. We're going to be going on to Game 4, which is, again, another must-win situation for StarZ Impact. The question is, what is the map mode combo going to be? Because I didn't look ahead of time. It looks like it is Clam Blitz, so it makes sense we haven't done that yet.
Museum. Oh!
Clams with the museum, eh?
Absolutely. Again, with such a large open Ooh, don't look at me as a charger, but I actually kind of like this map. Ooh.
I mean, it's not like there's a lot of maps that aren't good for Pencil. And if they are, we don't play them in competitive anyways. So, yeah, it just seems like there's more map mode combos that are just going to naturally work out into 21's favor. StarZ Impact, you see them switch things up. You saw them brought out the Slosher. They brought out the Gal, specifically what they wanted to use in the Humpback there. And I believe we're seeing a bit of a roster change or a sub going on here. I forget which team it was. I think it's coming out from the side of 21 that we're going to be seeing. So we might see a bit of a different weapon that they want to use specifically for this map mode combo.
Interesting. I think the goal here for Clan Blitz Museum, I think speed is going to be the name of the game for that map. Honestly, avoid the stall of mid and just fight the plat. Honestly, I'm very curious to see how this is going to go. Because StarZ is now on momentum.
The good news is that you won't have to be curious for long. We have
very true.
The player SIBH is their name, and they are the same name as the person as the team. So there you go. This team is actually named after this person. Funny how that works out. They're now in the game for 21. Clan Blitz Museum. What weapon they're going to use, I'm not sure. We will find out momentarily.
Secret mouse tool for later. Apparently, we're gonna see where that goes. It really depends. Pencil's definitely on there. Splash is gonna be on there. They're gonna keep the crab. There's no way they're not. And then what are the other two?
I guess the question is that just get rid of the reach slider. But I mean, Dreadringer, it's been working out so well, and teams have really gotten better. So originally, people have just been using reach slider for Splat Zone's cheese, but have experimented and realized, oh wait, this is kind of a decent initiation special, especially if the other team isn't aware that it's coming in. All of a sudden, just like everything around you explodes, and teams are getting good at creating opportunities off the chaos right there. Still tournament point in the favor of 21. Let's see what weapons they're going to use here. That is an ink brush that they're booting. So they're dropping the X-Blosh, or the Dreadringer, in favor of an ink brush. Said, hey, you saw this from Rewind. How much fun was that going up against that? Now we're going to use it too.
You got a pick off of it. The brush is already there to get picks. Got two off of that early opening. I'm just like, you just see the trail of ink, and they're going. That was literally just the first waves, but it looks like the last two members are going to be taking on by here, getting that crab out of the way from Zero, as they're just there to make a bit more extra space for the rest of the teammates in front of them before they go in and join the fight. I feel like StarZ is just like, what just happened in that opening? I would have been a little starstruck.
It's a player who's been on the bench seemingly the entire day. We haven't seen this player play in the stream. They are on the roster, so this is like a player that's just been kind of waiting for their number to be called. Is like, I'm not going to just sit back and wait. I'm going to take this brush and start hitting people in the face with it. Still, JoJo throwing them hands, and they do connect. That takes care of 3 players from 21, and now they are pushed back into their own side of the base, where we do see StarZ Impact trying to make an impact. They do have one power clam that they're trying to find a way to get in there. They do. Are they going to get any clams on top of this, though? Because I think there might be a defense set up by 21.
I love this Slosher for playing the high ground. People that play spinner, I literally love you. Like, I don't see enough people just move to the very top of the spinner or just use the spinner as, like, height. Yes, I am very much yes. But that crab is going to be out once again from 7. It's going to just try to, keep them a little back and make a little bit more space for their teammates. I love the use of the crab so much. It's just people underestimate just how much space crab can give you and how dangerous really it could be. So I think this is just great for 21 to, slowly try to find an opportunity in here. It's looking a little bit slow here.
A push, nonetheless, by StarZ Impact. However, it was basically an empty push. They got absolutely nothing out of it other than just 20 points on the board. They did get a Mercy Clam into the other team, but nothing going from the side of 21 offensively. Every time they go into the enemy's base, they are quickly shown the door by the bouncer.
Whoa.
And now it is the counter push yet again. death by paper cuts. They pop the baskets. Do they get in one more clam? They do. Oh, but they get wiped out on top of it. That is the worst thing you can do when pushing in clam blitz, is get wiped out, because you just give every resource necessary for the enemy team to come back, get control of your side of the map with all those clams. This is going to be a great situation for 21 to do some damage on the scoreboard if they can find a way through this defense.
StarZ was able to stall just enough to get themselves back to the pot before really the real damage could be done here. We are seeing those power clams here from the side of 21 up and ready, but 2 of the 3 of them going down. What just happened? Zukas just happened, actually. That's what happened. And we are just seeing a near wipeout here in favor of 21, moving the StarZ, excuse me, moving in, trying to get these picks, just trying to make even more waves. Yeah, just, whoa.
So the thing about 21 is, up to this point, we've seen them be extremely coordinated, a well-oiled machine working well with each other. Right now, in this game in particular, that is not the case at all. Like, it just seems like they're just trying to make something happen that just isn't there. It seems like there's no game plan, or like, okay, we're not getting the picks, we're not winning the 1v1s as freely as what we have before. How do we get into the enemy plate? What is our plan to do that? And the plan has always been, well, just let Zero cook, and most of the time that's worked. So here we go, onto the enemy plat finally, but they don't have a mercy or a power clam to work with. They're gonna have to build one up and get up there. That buys more times for specials and players to come back online from the side of StarZ Impact as the basket gets popped.
The first clam from their side to go in, but they are going to be suffering 2 down on their side. But no, never mind, the full-blown wipeout in the favor of StarZ. Oh, look how quickly they're already moving their way to the plat. They are on the plat before they even have the chance to let 21 take it themselves right here. That is going to be absolutely huge. We are seeing that Zuka take an excellent pick on the splash. There's going to be no crowd online. We are seeing Mir just trying to get as much paint on the field as they can, just as they wait for the rest of the team to come in. Crater up top here, trying to... We're not even picking a fight with the pencil. We're just putting clams in. The pencil to the left, and they're like, great. Awesome.
Yeah, what? The pencil said, nah, I don't want to take that. A slosher charging towards me. But the slosher was like, bro, I'm not even going to fight you anyways. I'm just here to throw clams. I come in peace. Wow, 32 remaining, 10 seconds. Do they have an opportunity to pop the basket? This will go to overtime. They do have a power clam. I think they still have a mercy clam, unless the pencil just picked that up as well. So they got a lot of resources, but their brush, their initiator, has been eliminated early. But the pencil is in a position to try to get something going around here on the right side. They got a 1v1 with the blaster. Slosher goes down. The brush runs in. Now they're going to jump into the brush. Here comes one more clam. It's one player left alive. They don't have anything high. I just thought I'd jump in to say hello real quick. And let's line up. Okay, one more player. We're missing someone. Where's our other player? The drip pick fails because somebody was dead, but maybe they did it in their honor anyways. StarZ Impact, the reverse sweep Monarchs. Do they got one more in them?
We gotta see. I'm excited. I think they do. They are the royalty of Memento when they get that game 3 in their favor. I think now they put 21 in a position where they're like, wait, what do we actually do here? Because they just swapped their comp out from the comp that they were playing before. StarZ got them twice on their shift. Where are we going? What was the last map is the question. I think this last map mode is going to really determine Turf War. Is going to really determine where tower control Mako.
If we've ever screwed up blowing to the point to where game 5 is going to be Turf War, I'll resign. That'll be the time where I finally call it quits. Instead, it is tower control at good old Mako Mart. Fair enough. Blaster's going to be happy to be here. Are they going to bring the Dreadringer back in? It looks like the brush is still in for now. Will they make a change is what we're going to be seeing going forward here. No, they are keeping the brush in. Or at least the player that was using brush. But that means the Dreadringer. So now it brings up the question. Did the Dreadringer have to go to bed because it's late in Germany and tomorrow they don't get off for President's Day? I'm assuming like we do here in the States, or some of us do here in the States. So is that Dreadringer just gone for the rest of the set and they're stuck with this brush? Or do they have like a special, maybe they use roller here and they're like, oh, we really want to use roller here?
It's such a gamble. We don't know until we get it. I want to say they're keeping the brush, personally, because I think it's a lot easier to get the flanks in from the alleyways on the left and right. It's a lot easier to go undetected because the stacks cover you entirely. Unless someone just has amazing hearing, then that's a whole different problem of its own. But I think they're going to keep it. I want to say.
We're either going to end the tournament after this game, or we're going to force a bracket reset and do it all over again. Brush coming back out from the side of 21. The Blaster, along with the Slosher, coming out from the side of StarZ Impact. The 2-game momentum from the team coming in from the loser side of the bracket. It's still that pencil being rocked and providing a lot of soda for the rest of the 21 teams to work with. Here comes the Brush right off the back, trying to make something happen. Doesn't even get a trade off of that.
They got
nice play.
The Brush is here to be whimsical. The Brush is absolutely whimsical, and it's just so many trades coming out on the field. Everyone's fighting for StarZ stack right here. It's just, I think there's been like a collective of like 6 deaths on that stack alone in the first 30 seconds.
JoJo trying to make something happen on that left stack by themselves. Doesn't get any splats, but might have slowed down this push until they're once again in a 1v4 situation. JoJo just needs to back up there, surrender that checkpoint. Good for 21. Can they find a way to get to the second one, though? It looks like everybody's kind of calmed down from the side of StarZ. This is the first time I called them that. StarZ Impact. I love how they defended that right there. They were like, okay, we can't defend this first checkpoint, so let's not die trying to. Let's just let them have it so that we can get back and stop them from getting to the second one here. And now coming out with a counter push that should be well defended by 21.
It's going to be a little dicey because we only have 2 members here to defend, and the edit unfortunately going down, but they were able to get that checkpoint in their favor. Near with a nice pick there on the pencil. It's always nice to have like a little pick there from the pencil. Just make it the lives of their teammates a little bit easier. We are seeing 21 make their way back to center here. But I thought Zero was going to chase for like a split second. I was like, you're a splash. Maybe not.
Somebody's got to ride the tower at some point. Now the pencil's up there. They're able to do that. That edit is not in a very good situation with everybody that is rolling down with 21 right here. Things are looking very good for 21 in this set. And now the Brush is starting to heat up as well. When you have so much attention focused on one thing, you lose sight of the player who's doing nothing but flanking the entire game. And now finally, that distraction from the Brush might be enough to get him across the second checkpoint. JoJo coming in with the Blaster, able to take care of the pencil. And it's just Zero and JoJo having a battle in mid with one more player jumping in, not able to land that direct. Still, save the second checkpoint, but as we reach the halfway mark, it is all 21 here in the opening half.
Absolutely. I feel like they're starting to run a little bit of circles around StarZ. StarZ is kind of it's kind of in a situation where it's like, okay, where are we going? What are we doing? And I think between the Brush having this map is great for Brush to just be sneaky and just be a little bit silly. So, and we are definitely seeing that effect that is happening on StarZ. They're just coming in already able to take one of the stack. They're just always a mosquito on your side.
I mean, that's exactly what they are. Just an annoying fly that forces your attention where 21 wants the attention to be forced. And it's a complete change of pace from where they were with the Dreadringer. This is almost a completely different team identity that they have coming out here. Didn't work out for them in game 4, but it is really starting to click here with tower control. JoJo desperately trying to make something happen, gets a splat on Zero. Can they win this 1v1 for this player? Jumps out. They do. Oh. That is a wipeout on the side of 21. They've already cleared this first checkpoint, so they only have to get like a third of, like 3/4 of the way through the second one. It should be well defended though by 21. Nicely done to quickly get over to that right side stack is Zero, who's been making the heck of a plays all day long, and this is just a bar fight for the tower at this point.
Oh, indeed, indeed. I am on the edge of my chair just watching this. We are seeing those strikes coming in to try and stop StarZ from getting themselves on the tower here, successfully able to delay that. And JoJo is very hungry for the tower as well, but the picks coming out from all sides. That's going to be 3 down on the side of 21, though. Booney's here to try to still, fight for that tower. It's not enough. No, it is enough because the rest of their teammates came in. But this is a scrap.
This is just a brawl that is broken out. with one player staying alive, doing a great job of being like, okay, I'm not going to go in there and get us wiped. I'm just going to stay back. I'm going to throw bombs. And oh, wow, I took care of JoJo with this random bomb I just threw. That buys enough time for our brush to come back in. That buys enough time for our slosher to come back in. Way hold by 21, and it might just give them the tournament right here. Another wipeout from the side of StarZ Impact. We might be seeing the end of this tournament right here. Look at all that yellow on the map. Can JoJo find a way to get one more heroic play in them and keep this set going?
Oh, they have 10 seconds to do it through, and with one of the members already down, they are already at a man advantage. This is fighting the crack. Oh, that's going to be a wipeout. Get that drip pick, because I'm pretty sure 21 just won this set. Flowink is theirs. Your winners. 21.
What an insane tournament this has been. What an insane, like every set, well, most of the sets we had, just absolutely fantastic. That one coming down to the very end, but the huge lead and the scrappiness on the defensive side of things from 21. Not making that one mistake that cost them. They kept themselves in when the tower just kept being pushed over slowly into their side of the map. Never panicked. Throw a bomb here. Delay throwing the ink strike so that that slows everything down for everybody else to come back in. Nicely played. That's where the coordination finally came back that we didn't see in Game 4. It came back at the right time for 21. They win the tournament.
They said the tournament run is at stake. We gotta lock in, and lock in they did. What an amazing set. Both of these teams are absolutely strong, fighting tooth and nail. But as we saw, 21 coming out on top, 3-2.
Who'd you have fun today?
I had very much a lot of fun today. How are you, Popcorn? Did you have fun?
I did. Chat. Don't care if you guys had fun today or not. Don't bother responding to that.
Did you guys have fun? I'll ask you.
All of us did here as well, though. It was a fun week. It was a fun Low-Ink weekend. New Looty season coming around the corner, so it's fun to get one more in before all the Looty shenanigans are going on. And we're set up for a fun year of competitive Splatoon. This was a very fun Low-Ink. Looking at some of the other scores, Beta Bracket Grand Finals, Tetris Effect only dropped 2 games throughout their entire run of Beta Bracket. They are your Beta champions. I believe Gamma Bracket's still going on. And they just forced a bracket reset. Actually, Oracle might close that one out there. So the whole tournament might be done pretty soon. Fufu, where can people find you?
You guys can find me at @SplatFufu on Twitter, Blue Sky, and now Twitch. You guys can follow me and watch me play my silly backline shenanigans. Also, LAN insert. You guys should totally, if you're in the NorCal area, go to Booyah Bay, or if you're in the AZ, in the Phoenix area, you guys should go to Sunset Surge. Those lands are coming up here on the west side of the U.S. Popgun, where can the people find you?
You can find me on chat of the Melee Top 8 at Genesis, which is going on right now. Also, here tomorrow on this channel, 6 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, episode of the Popcast, we're going to recap Speed Ladder, Low-Ink, and all the things that went on in the past week, so you'll want to tune in live for that. You can join that show as well. We allow callers to call in and talk live on the show. From all of us here at IPL, the head TOs for this tournament, myself, Brush, Hoenn Hero, the lovely and talented, you cannot hide from the streamer, Ink Fairer, producing this tournament for us on Twitch, all of the lovely staff and everybody who was played a part in this tournament. We thank you for playing, watching, and being weird in chat and not calling us out for every time we called Rewind Remix. We will see you next month for the next edition of Low-Ink right here on IPL.